Hello, welcome in everyone, and welcome to the last episode of the first act of the last day of the first time of the No, this is like a final episode of season 1 or act 1 or whatever you want to consider it of the free trial completionist playthrough, and I am finishing up one last little thing really quick. Give me just a sec. No. All right. Yeah, that should work. Boop. Hit that really quick. And take that and put that there. And everything's going through. Everything's going through on this end. Everything's going through here. Okay. Looks like we're good. We are up to, yeah, the very end of 2.0. And in order to sort of pay a little homage to our roots, I am using the little adventure outfit that I have been using so far, but I went back to using my goofy red hat. Oh man, for those who are here at the very beginning, one of the first pieces of gear that I grabbed, I think it was around the time when the game wanted you to get like eye level 5 gear. Like in my very first bit of MSQ at the beginning of the game, this hat, the hempen hat in red, was one of the first pieces of gear I got. Technically, I guess you could say it violated the challenge early on because it wasn't a crafted piece. I think I bought it or got it as a reward for some early quest or whatever, and used it. So yeah, the strict rule of the challenge, blah blah blah, broke it. But that was before I had really even set in place 100% that I wanted to be like crafting all my own gear and stuff. Plus, where I started, I'm not sure that would have been possible. Technically, it is possible to do this challenge without ever violating it. When you hit that eye level 5 gear quest, I think if you started in Gridania, you can get that done purely through crafting without having to buy a piece of gear. But because I wanted to start as an Arcanist for my own stupid little backstory reasons, I started in Limsa, and I don't believe there is any method of getting all eye level 5 gear through crafting in Limsa. Because, well, no. I was gonna say if you started as a Marauder because you pick up Blacksmith and Armor in Limsa, but you pick up Miner in Ulda. So I don't think that'd be the case. But if you start in Gridania, you can get Botanist and you can get Weaver and Carpenter and stuff like that in Gridania. So you should be able to gather and craft everything you need for the eye level 5 stuff. But story was more important to me, so yes, technically I violated my own challenge rule set like once just to get through that quest that forces you to have eye level 5 gear at like day 1 of the challenge. Really doesn't matter. Ultimately, the funniest part of it was the stupid red hat that I wore. Granted, this is not the same outfit. Back then, I was wearing... Oh, can't apply glamour plates here. Oh, well, doesn't matter. I was wearing that set that looks kind of like the brand new outfit, but it's like green. I think that's the Plunderers. I think that might be the one from Sestasha. No, it probably would have been earlier than that. Oh yeah, and the earliest one, no, I wasn't wearing the Sestasha stuff. I started wearing that later. I was wearing like some random robe thing that I couldn't glamour over because I didn't have glamour prisms then. But doesn't matter. I'm gonna go with my adventure outfit to finish up 2.0. But I'm going back to the goofy red, Rolandberry red wizard hat. as well. Just because it's dumb and hilarious, and it's something I wore on like day 1 of the challenge, so I'm gonna finish out 2.0 with it. But yes, we are there. All we have left quest-wise is, well, we're starting on Project Archon, which is the next quest in the list. And those who don't know, Project Archon is basically like the title of the final attack against the Empire that leads into the MSQ dungeons and all that. What does Arianje have? Primal Fear. Okay, those would be the hards, I'm guessing. I'm pretty sure those would be the hard versions. Doesn't matter. That's not what we're focused on today. Finishing MSQ. Well, finishing 2.0 MSQ. That's what we're focused on today. That and finally unlocking our first job. I have to finish up Ultima Weapon, but I don't think I'm going to finish my stream or my episode for this week on like beating Ultima Weapon. I think I am going to go and unlock my first job and sort of finish it there as like a roundup of the story of like, yes, we finally overcome that last little challenge that I hadn't quite gotten through yet is going to be like gotten through today. And I will finally be able to unlock my first job. It's not bad. Level 47. Oh yeah, speaking of which, I finally crafted up the gear. Not 50 gear. I talked about putting together a 50 set only to like look at the crafting lists and see that all of them were like recommending, oh, you want to put together a 50 set? Well, here's a set that uses a bunch of crap from Heaven's Word that's totally a piece of 50 gear, and it's like they were all just terrible. It was terrible. They were all trying to get me to go get stuff that I literally cannot get in order to craft up like the best in slot kind of set at 50, which is all like Heaven's Word stuff and weird things like pieces that you would get out of the coils of Bahamut and things like that, right? It was all this stuff that I don't have access to. And so I could have spent hours sorting through that list trying to find the 1 or 2 pieces of 50 gear that I could actually craft with stuff I could actually access. But I found a much simpler method, which was just to bump myself down to 49 gear, to not a set of 50 gear, but a set of 49 gear, because you bump yourself under 50 and suddenly no one's recommending stupid Heaven's Word pieces or anything like that anymore, right? Because like they assume you don't have access to any of that stuff at 49. So I ended up with like 49, 49, 47, 49, freaking 41, 49. But over here, it's all like 30s and stuff. A couple of 40 pieces. There really isn't much accessory-wise. Like, until I hit 50, there's not really going to be like a definitive set of accessories that are just better. And, I mean, until I'm actually crafting 50 stuff, there won't be a definitive set of accessories that are better. Also, most of the 50 stuff I'm going to want is going to be master recipe stuff, undoubtedly. Ultimately, I will probably be crafting a set out of the master recipe list. Or like my best 50 set. Eventually. But I didn't even know like what was the best stuff for 50 that I could actually craft, and I haven't even gotten into unlocking master recipes yet. So I decided to just go for 49, see what they recommend to me for 49, and just use that stuff to get through MSQ. All right, let's do this. The final act of 2.0. The impending operation. There's a single counter-offensive in the realm's troubled history. Every single Imperial stronghold on Eorzean soil at once. That's spreading your forces very thin. Yeah, because we only have like one target. Understands his part and plays it to the best of his abilities. Actually, we have a couple of targets. A few different staging points for a few different major targets. Yep, the Maelstrom, the Flames, and the Twin Adder. And there's the Imperial Strongholds. Wait, they have one out in the, Huh. I didn't even realize that one was out in the Southern Islands. Castrum Meridianum and Cape Westwind. Those are the ones that are really important to us. Castrum Marinum. Okay. That's what that one is. Don't we do something with Castrum Marinum at some point? I don't even remember now. Yeah, Castrum Oriens is not something we revisit until Stormblood. Mordona is Castrum Sentry, which we don't do really much of anything with. Hey, Mugen. Allied forces assaulting each of the locations with the ultimate objective of destroying the Empire's new weapon in Meridianum. Technically, it's not till we get to Praetorium. Although, if I remember correctly, isn't Praetorium just like the name of the inner sanctum area of Meridianum? No. We finish Meridianum, and then we fly into Praetorium. But we don't really go anywhere. So yeah, I think Praetorium is just part of Meridianum. Otherwise, Sid flew us off somewhere else, and I don't remember the game ever telling us where that is. But yeah, I forgot they even had a Castrum out in the Ciel de Les. About like 4 phases all told. Yep, Ratatin. Okay, so we are striking him there. Wait. Ah, yes. I was gonna say, yeah, we don't fight him in Lenosha. We fight him at Cape Westwind, but that's because he's going there. Okay. An elite adventurer unit to eliminate him. Actually, it's not so much a unit anymore as it is just solo duty. Peerless field tactician. That's almost a hilarious phrase in and of itself to hear about Ratatin. Especially considering me and my friends took him down butt naked once. Sever Meridianum's lines of supply. Okay, yeah. We have nothing to do with this. They do that all on their own. And then they sail out to take out Marinum all on their own, I believe. For some reason, the name Castrum Marinum sounds very familiar to me. I think we might do something with it at some point, but considering I think they get taken out right now, I don't think we actually do. So I'm not sure why Marinum seems so, like, memorable to me as a name. Was one of the weapon trials at Castrum Marinum? Because for some reason I'm remembering it in association with the weapon trials, the name of Castrum Marinum. That might be the case. But that'd be weird, because the weapon trials are much later after we've kind of conquered all of these places. And then we strike into Meridianum. Yep. They strike Meridianum from the front, and I sneak in the back. Protects the Praetorium. Ah, yes. Fortress within a fortress. Okay. Yes, Praetorium is basically just like the inner sanctum area of Meridianum then. Blockade the railway connecting Sentry and Meridianum. Oh, God. Runs back and forth between the two castra. Capacious enough to transport a small army. Yeah, so take that train out. Fourth and final phase, where we go straight into the tower. Suppress the remnants. Yep. Nominee's unit to pass unopposed into the Praetorium. Locate, destroy the Ultima weapon. Yeah, that big bright flash of light actually kind of happens there. That actually sort of does happen when we encounter Ultima. Yeah, the Black Sails, the Monitorists. Wow, the Monitorists are actually showing up. 12 major factions. Archons were 12 and 1 and 1 and 12, blah, 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 blah. Yep, Operation Archon. It's kind of hilarious hearing them talk about the Archons and stuff like that. Three companies have pledged their swords. Cool. At long last, we're rising as one. Papolibo, Ustola. Their respective organizations. Cool. Unfortunately, our man in Ulda is no longer in Ulda, so Oriangia will have to take care of that. And then, of course, yeah, send Tataru as well to deal with, like, the Monitorists and the Syndicate and stuff. Analyze intelligence. I'm to lead an elite unit of me and some fake NPC trusts into the bases. I was like, choose your party well. I'm just going to do duty support as long as they have it. I think they have duty support for these two. I can't believe they would have left out the MSQ dungeons from duty support. Report to the Immortal Flames encampment. Be careful. One of the few things you're not in this section is very careful. You literally only make it through here by the grace of plot armor. Actual, literal canon plot armor. Limbs of Laminsa lower decks up by Kate Westwind. Okay, so if I head to the... No. No. That's just north of here. I was thinking, if I go to Limbs of Laminsa, then apparently I can sail out to, where is this place? And it's just, like, outside the front door. Again. Wonderfully, it takes an age to keep records up to date. Drawing a pretty little flower next to your name. This way I can find you quickly. Yeah, that's what I end up doing with some of my friends lists and stuff like that. Just mark them with the group symbols in order to remember, like, who's from where and how I met people and stuff like that. Allied Communications Officer. You are welcome. Sorry. No money, mo money of the Scions. Infiltrate the Imperial outpost at Cape Westwood and eliminate Perfectus Vida, whose card I'm still holding on to on one of my retainers on my main, because the way that me and my friends took him out before they redesigned this trial was hilarious. First step in our bid to purge the realm of the Garlean menace. Well, good luck with it. Oh, actually, it's much more good luck to me because I'm the one who has to deal with all this. Hey, targets. What are they, Arcanist or Maelstrom? Arcanist. Okay. I'm kind of behind on a lot of my hunt log stuff. Maelstrom's the one that really matters. The individual class hunt logs can be kind of good for leveling up classes, but since I'm using a lot of other things to level up those classes, like leaves and stuff like that, I just don't really need the hunt logs. I will do them eventually, though, because you get a little thing for completing each hunt log. I think you get an achievement. And I know, yeah, you must get an achievement because I think the ring for each class is a reward from the achievement. Because I do know you get a ring from completing each of the hunt logs, which isn't really important, but I can toss it in the armoire and, like, never use it, because why would I? No money, no money. The fearless leader of the lead adventurer unit. Departed Castromoxidans a bell ago. Sure enough, a convoy of Imperial airships landed here. Target was aboard one of the vessels. Dispatched scouts to verify his presence. Cool. Let's hit him. Antlion 1. Target not sighted. Just give him a sec. Like, the last ship hasn't arrived yet. There he is. Huzzah! The first stage of Project Archon. Or Operation Archon, or whatever Archon. Time to beat this moron up. Who actually has a much more decent duty now that you don't have 8 people punking on some idiot with low stats. Now that they redesigned it to be a solo duty. just run past all these morons. See how many of them actually bother to chase me forever. Which won't be many, but I'll undoubtedly have to fight some of them. Look at that fucking range. And of course that guy spotted me. Oh, cool. Paralysis tap. Just so I could get stunned out of my running. Nice. You see the angle that guy hit me from? This dumb fucker guarding the gate here, man. I came out from, like, the farthest possible angle at his side I could manage with this wall in the way, and he still saw me. Alright, let's do this. Level 50, eye level 50. I have a couple pieces of eye level 50. Nothing higher, though. Obviously. Hi, idiot. Time to get beaten on by a child with a coloring book. Have I seen you before? The icon's there. Yup. To undermine the garrison at Oxidins? No. He's very wrong about that. I'm not trying to undermine Oxidins. I'm trying to go straight for Meridianum. Though technically he might be kind of correct. I don't think they're going to attack Oxidins until they've received word that I've defeated him. After I defeat him, they strike at like 4 different bases. None of you are a match for him. Tell them the Lamentids are coming. To deliver the people from their suffering. Whatever. Gaius is an idiot. He's going about it in all the wrong ways. I was like, the lands he's conquered were all beset with problems. My homeland was no exception, except that you joined the military and immediately left your homeland, so you probably haven't seen the wasteland horror story of existence that your homeland has become. For the Empire eventually destroyed itself. Wonder where he's from. Peace and stability would never really desires. Not saying people. Yeah, he doesn't really say where he's from. Not that it matters. Every place the Empire has ever conquered turns into a nightmare for the people living there. Because every stage of the Imperial army is corrupt beyond imagining. Which means that there are horrible, horrible abuses of power and privilege at every level. Misguide the masses. No icons to bleed the realm dry. There'd also be no one alive. There'd be no one alive. Like, they could slay all the beast tribes they want. At the end of the day, the Asians want chaos, so they'd probably just teach the human, quote-unquote, tribes how to, like, summon primals, and then they'd start summoning, and then what would the Empire do then? They'd have to slaughter entire nations of people in order to stop the summons. Like, persecution and violence and fear and anger and hatred all just lead to people summoning primals out of desperation. So everything the Empire spreads is just going to lead to more and more people summoning more and more primals. Yeah, so he's not even Garly, and he's an outsider from another nation, which I already pretty much figured, and he already told us before. Born to be upon the field of battle. Noble cause to fight for. This is the only dude, like... This guy's like the only guy out of the four of them that actually seems to believe he's fighting for like some really important just cause. Who's like fully 100% bought in. I suppose debatably you could say Gaius is too, but like... Livia's just fighting for Gaius, and Nero's just fighting for his own ego. Ah, to be back in the days when 8 of us would come in here naked. Not glammed to be naked. Straight up ripping all of our clothes off naked and fight this idiot. That was a fun stream. Stupid. Stupid as stupid could be, but fun. Let's do this, Ratatin. A lot of Tartarus attacks here. Magitech missiles. Thank God I have a bunch of my instant casts up. Wait, what'd I get hit with? Oh, that was probably just his auto. Tyrion 4. 4 is front. Okay, so that's a shield. Which I should be able to just hit him from behind? Yeah, okay. Tyrion Tomb? Ah, explosions. Let's just not. And say we did. Another tomb. Arian Shockwave. Oh. Yeah, this is not even all that difficult of a fight. I mean, it's more reasonable as a fight now that it's a solo instance than it was before, but still not a very difficult one. Magitech missiles. Where are they coming from? Come on, Ratatin, you can do better than this. Or not. Maybe not. Lead you, my lord. Nope. That's a lot of jerks whacking me in the face, even with my shield. That's an annoying amount of damage. Alright, let's start moving around now. Let's go ahead and addle this Pylus. I don't think that'll matter too much. He's not doing that much damage, and now that it's down to just the one, it should be fine. Bye-bye. How about now, Rototin? You done yet? You bastard. Okay, sure, whatever. We done here? Phase 2? There you go. Whoops. Clicked out of the frickin' screen. Oh, cool. He has a stun. Screw you. Sprinting out of it. And he has an arena cleave from his location. Not too bad. I can deal with that easily enough. More Magitech missiles, but probably even more of them than the last time. It's probably multiple lines. Yep. I stepped into that one. I'll go ahead and heal a little here. It's so dumb using Physic as a DPS, but at this level, actually not untenable. You shouldn't be trying to be a primary healer as an Arcanist, ever, but at this level, a Physic here or there, not an unreasonable thing. This way. Thessarian Tomb. Luckily, I'm on my instant cast rotations here. Oh, he didn't even do the line cleave across the arena after that time. There it is. Not that it matters. He's got almost no part of the arena covered by that one. I mean, he's definitely beefy. I have to be beating on him for a while here, but not really all that dangerous. As long as you know where you're moving and what you're doing and can read the oranges, then you can, like, yeah, I get it. For new players, it makes sense. But as long as you know how to read the orange and handle his mechanics, not that bad. The explosion I could see maybe being, like, the most dangerous part of that, just from the idea that, that it doesn't really show the orange until just before the explosion goes off. So if you're really not paying attention and don't understand that that's going to lead to an explosion once they get to the end of those lines, then you're not watching and you're just standing there and get hit. I have my honor. I mean, you sided with the Garleans. You kind of don't. But sure, pal. There we go. Bind, pull. a tank during this. So you're just standing there fucking eating everything and just being like, yup, sure, pal, whatever. A warrior tank, so you're just eating it all and don't care. I mean, I could just sit here and physic through this shit. Like, he can't. I can heal faster than he can damage me, so it really doesn't matter. Like, you're trying to do something to me. So, yeah, I feel like you're trying to hurt me in some way here. Can't quite put my finger on it. Like, I'm a DPS that can heal faster than he can damage me. Disappeared again as you finished ARR's main story. You haven't done anything else. Did you guys finish 2.0 or did you finish 2.5? Good job, idiot. You locked me in place and had me, like, dead to rights and still couldn't freaking do enough damage to me. Nah, just pray. Okay. Forgive me, I have failed you. Lord Doofus, who doesn't deserve my loyalty. It's after the entire credits making fun of the Meteor survivors' names. Oh my god. There for like 2 hours. The Magitech transporter, News of Ratatin. Fallen is an understatement of what happened with Ratatin. Yay! Stage 1 complete. I do like how there's like 20 people just standing down here with their thumbs up their butt while I go and fight Ratatin solo. Like, it's cool and all, but I know every one of you can fight. Actually, I don't know every one of you can fight. No, wait, we do see her fight. We see him fight in the coils. We saw him fight with me and Maggie. And then I believe we do see her fight in the sewers. We may not actually see her strike anyone, but I believe we do see her pull her blade and like holding it in like a battle stance, at least in the sewers. I don't know that we ever actually see her fight anyone. He only figured out scholars could overheal and shield when you hit prey. You kept telling him. He didn't understand how shield healing worked? He really didn't understand how shield healing worked? Kept telling him he was a shield healer. Yeah, I guess you need to explain that a little more. I don't know. I guess the statement you're a shield... I don't know what you said to him exactly. I guess the statement you're a shield healer could leave someone being like, a what? But yeah. I guess it's just something very new that like he's never experienced before, the idea of shield healing. It's like you don't heal after the fact. I mean, you do. Scholar has a couple of means to just straight pure heal after the fact, but that's not where their specialty lies. You shield before the hit. Yeah, it's really not that hard. Saw someone playing Sage and he wants to switch when he can, so I guess I'll be doing that. Hey, Sage is fun. I love Sage. Like, if I could play Sage on this free trial character, I would play Sage. 100%. Because Sage is great. One of my favorite classes in the entire game. but unfortunately not. So, I don't know what I'm gonna do as a peer healer though. I may just end up going white mage because I like Astro aesthetically. I've always liked Astro more, but I haven't. I will say I haven't played 7.0 Astro yet, so I can't say for certain. But there were certain mechanics I don't love on Astro when actually playing it, and I heard some changes they made in 7.0, and just from hearing about them, not playing it myself, it didn't sound all that interesting to me. So, but that's not something I need to worry about for a long time because there's no way I'm going to unlock my shield healer and then turn around and have my second class I unlock be a pure healer. That's not going to happen. Like the next classes I'm going to unlock after scholar are going to be probably like a tank and a DPS, which will most likely be warrior and machinist. Matter of infiltrating Castra Meridianum and Praetorium, those boring ass dungeons, and then beating Ultima Weapon. They're much better. I will say that. They're much better than they used to be, but MSQ roulette is still something that I just do not play. I just don't do it. Whenever I'm doing roulettes, I straight up just skip main scenario unless like I really want to get about a level's worth of experience and I'm willing to just bore myself to death. I mostly just skip main scenario in roulettes. It has one of the best payoffs of all the roulettes, but it's just not worth it. Not by a long shot. Gate to the void already stands open. Darkness shall consume all. Blah 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 blah. Hey doofus. I can't take you seriously anymore. I just can't take you seriously, bro. Because I've had to help you deal with your dysfunctional ass family. So I just can't take you seriously anymore. It's actually the exact opposite. When you do roulettes, you generally only do main scenario, then run away. Like, a lot of the queue times for a lot of the other ones suck. Especially when I'm trying to level DPS, as the queue times are terrible. But I can just walk away and go do something else. Or I can just, like, watch a YouTube video or work on something else until the queue time pops. So I don't generally mind that much. I still would prefer faster queue times, but I can deal with it. But the boredom of, here, fight 3 enemies, now watch a cutscene, unskippable cutscene for 5 minutes. Okay, now fight 3 enemies, now watch an unskippable cutscene for 5 minutes of MSQ dungeons are so fucking boring that I just like you have to be invested enough when running MSQ dungeons that you can't just like tune out the way I do when I'm just waiting for roulette queues to pop, right? And just do something else until you hear the pshing of it popping. You have to focus enough because you have to fight and then fight and then fight and then fight, right? But you also have to sit through this fucking boring ass 30 seconds here, a minute there, 2 minutes there, 5 minutes here of just you can't do anything, so just take your hands off the controls. Who cares? It's so fucking boring, MSQ dungeons, man. Like, they have made it infinitely better than it used to be, and it's still something I just don't want to sit through. Figure out how to get your friend into coils of Baja Blast. Yeah. Like, the only thing I can think of is just saying that, like, dude, these are some of the most interesting stories in this game, so do it. It'll take us like 1 day to run them, especially if we run them unsynced, and it's a very interesting storyline. Let's do it. It's like, nah. End of the Icon's lair. Our wise men. Uh-huh. Commander yielded up his last breath. You'd like him to actually. The problem is, you don't think you can do it unsynced unless you switch to. And you'd like him to actually do them. Oh, you don't want him to do them unsynced? You want him to actually try the coils? Yeah. For a single time running through, that's pretty interesting. But you need to find 8 people then. I mean, you can just queue up, and especially as a tank and a healer, you'll probably get an almost instant pop. Though on coils, you might not get an almost instant pop, because no one is running coils. You'll most likely just get synced up with randos that were running like trial roulette. No, it wouldn't be trial roulette. It wouldn't be. It'd be normal raid. It'd be normal roulette. Yeah, it would be normal raids. So yeah, you'll probably just get queued up with a bunch of randos in normal raid roulette, because no one runs coils these days. In fact, when I have to run coils for like Wondrous Tales, I just run it unsynced and explode the bosses in like 3 seconds. Maelstrom has laid siege to Castrum Oxidans. Actively dragging people into Aurum Vale by queuing up for it. Oh my god, Baron, you're such an asshole. Queuing for Aurum Vale just to like force idiots in leveling roulette to have to deal with Aurum Vale. Yeah, but at least you know what you're doing. So like if you're queuing up in Aurum Vale and if you're actually playing your tank, although you may not always be playing your tank. I was gonna say if you're a tank and you're queuing up for Aurum Vale just to like screw with people and drag them in, at least you probably are a tank that knows how to handle Aurum Vale. Getting a tank who has no idea what they're doing in Aurum Vale is the worst as a Dragoon. So no responsibility whatsoever. Force queue Aurum Vale just to drag people in there with you. Force them to deal with Aurum Vale as the like least responsibility based class of all and be like, good luck, idiots. No AoE as a fucking DPS, dragging people into Aurum Vale and a dick move. Crimson Fleet moves the blockade Castra Marinum. Yep, they're all getting taken out at once. Only did it 3 times. So this is their answer. Of course this is our answer. Our answer is we're blowing up all of your castrums at once, moron. Rock the castrum. Show them the futility of their resistance. Uh-huh, sure. Gonna beat both their asses. Even gonna murder her. Strongly questioning what the fuck people have been doing for the last 5 years. Why? Considering they let the Garleans build castles. Yeah. That was a bad move on their parts. For what it's worth, no one was focused on like defending against Garlemald after the nightmare that was the Calamity. So that's basically when they moved in. But yeah, you're right. You can like look out your window and see them, and yet somehow they were able to build these things without like anyone trying to stop them. Other than bitching and moaning, get off my lawn. Like not actually fighting them. Waking Sands and look at the enemy castle off the shore. Operation Archon is exerted its 2nd phase. Maelstrom moves to blockade Oxidans and Marinum. They advance upon Castrum Oriens. Yep, Castrum Oriens. We actually don't end up capturing too many of these castrums now that I think about it. Because I remember Orions is the place where we sort of stage out from in Stormblood, but we don't actually like capture it until just before Stormblood because we have to assault Baelsar's wall to break through. No show, where should we build our pleasure beach? Oh, what about a little south from the enemy fortifications? Perfect. Yep. Yeah, I was thinking about like this is where we're attacking all their castrums at once, but they don't actually like capture any of the castrums, from what I understand. We attack Meridianum, we basically blow it up, but like none of the other castrums actually get full on captured. They all just sort of get blockaded in order to stop the supply lines. Hmm. So yeah, we do encounter Marinum later. I'm pretty sure it's the weapon storyline that we encounter Marinum in, right? I believe that's one of the trials is Castrum Marinum. A hero in need. Phase 2, head for North Thonolin, I think, right? Or is there one more section here? The Vilbrand and the Rotano Sea along. Yeah, Marinum and Shadowbringers. Okay. Yes, I was saying. It's like, I was like, yeah, we're going to attack all the Castrums at once and we basically capture them. But that's me in like post Endwalker, mid Dawn Trail mindset, is what I'm thinking there. The truth is, right now, right here, we don't do like any of that. We basically just blockade them and hold off their supply lines because we don't do Marinum until Shadowbringers. We don't actually take Orions until just before Stormblood. Like, we don't actually capture any of these castrums until much later. And even then, we don't capture Marinum. We just have a fight at Marinum. I don't know that we actually capture. Although I could not tell you with any certainty anything that happens in the weapon storyline because I skipped it. I unlocked all the trials, but I skipped all the story. So I don't know if we actually captured Marinum in that. Or if we just like assaulted it or blew it up or what we did with it. Vilburn Rotano, and long third phase will begin. You must take to the field once more. Okay, so phase 2 is not me at all. That's because the story is child abuse the movie. Exactly. That story had a crappy villain who I always feel like I have to clarify this when I say that because I understand villains are supposed to be unlikable. I understand that's the point of a villain. My problem with the villain in the weapon storyline was not I hate this villain because he's a really well written villain. It's I hate this villain because of the shit he's doing in the story, but also because he's a one note fucking paper thin villain. Like, I don't just hate him because he does bad stuff in the story. I hate him because he's like the most paper thin, garbage ass, mustache twirling villain you could imagine. And it's like, there is no level of complexity to this villain. I am not interested in him. I don't love to hate this villain. I just flat out hate this villain. And that's not a good design. And that's the difference. A really well written villain is I love to hate this character. A terrible villain is I just fucking hate this character. Like, this is just a garbage character. And that's what the villain in the weapon storyline was. And then, yes, like the entire storyline was just drenched in child abuse. And I'm like, I don't need this sort of triggering content in my brain for this garbage ass villain and crappy storyline about Gaius of all people who I don't care about. I'm just gonna I'm just gonna walk away from this storyline now. Like just escape, skip cutscene, skip cutscene, mash the numpad 0 to skip all the dialogue. Let's just unlock these trials and be done with it. And I still because of the way those trials are designed, had to watch the amazing, glorious, suiciding lizard children because you're forced to like encounter them murdering themselves over and over again during the trials. Like that happens mid trial during the phase change, so you still have to watch that shit happen. Gaius's amazing suiciding wonder children. Most paper thin garbage enemy I've ever encountered. The jailer from Shadowlands. Oh god. Immortal flames are striking at Meridianum by way of a diversionary maneuver. Yep. So phase 3 is they hit the front door and I go in the back door. It's locked in battle or infiltrate the stronghold and bring down the magitech field that surrounds the Praetorium. You could almost call me a backdoor man. Sorry, my brain is fucking rotted to oblivion. I've seen the jailer before. I don't have any idea about what the story of the jailer is or why you say he's such a paper thin garbage uninteresting villain, but I have seen the character before. I do know what he looks like. Exactly what I said when I was doing those trials for the first time. Time to watch Gaius' amazing self-destructing orphans live on stage for the third time. Guys, please stop killing yourself, children. No, children, you're not our real dad. Oh, man. Yeah, I do remember I picked up that phrase from you, the amazing self-destructing orphans. Uh-huh. Shadow of Castor Meridianum in Northern Thonolin. Yep, time to go to Blue Frog. They're in low spirits. Oh yeah, I forgot. This stupid ass section of the storyline where I literally have to like psych and rally up idiots in Northern Thonolin. Like, you're soldiers in an army fighting a very, very justified battle against an invading enemy force, and I have to rally your spirits? What kind of children are you? Who enlisted the emotionally stunted children into the army of the frickin' Immortal Flames? The cliff notes for the jailer. I do recall someone who was like raging at like how shitty WoW's storyline was around that time, doing this idea of like, I think, didn't the jailer basically show up and go like, "It was me all along, Austin. It was me, Vince McMahon," right? Like, if I recall correctly, the reason people really hated him was like the jailer showed up and went like, "All of your suffering was actually me for the last 5 expansions, but you never knew." Shows up, claims to have been responsible. Yeah, exactly. Most iconic things that ever happened in the storyline, that everything up until this point has been part of his master plan. Does not provide a motivation, shows up and cackles every so often, then dies and claims that the whole time he was trying to prepare for what is to come. Yeah, yeah, I do remember people talking about stuff like that. Like, shows up and goes, "It was me all along. You've all been playing into my hands." Even this really, really iconic and really important and really memorable and really well designed villain was totally playing into my machinations the entire time. I'm much more brilliant than she was. "Oh, you killed me? I planned for you to kill me all along."
Your first girlfriend. And you came
Yep.
right as she touched your leg? It was me, Barry. I jerked you off at super speed so it'd seem like you nutted at just a woman.
Yeah, didn't he also like fucking ruin Sylvanas' character? Like she was super interesting and super compelling and super evil, and then it's like he's like, no, I've been controlling her all along because I'm just that much of a fucking chess mastermind. I'm 10 stages ahead of all of you. Or some bullshit like that. I think there was something like that. Like they tried to pretend like, oh no, don't actually blame her for all the horrible things she's done. She's been being manipulated by the jailer all along, blah blah blah, or some crap like that. Yeah. And then he's like, yes, good, you've killed me. I actually meant to make you kill me all along so I could prepare you for something bigger and more dangerous. Sort of. Split her soul, and what was left of her soul did evil stuff, and then they gave her a hard reset. Okay, yeah. Yeah, part she lost was pretty much exactly as she was before she went evil. Yeah. So like the part of her soul that was missing was basically the her before Arthas turned her into a wraith or whatever. Also, did you see that just for like shits and giggles, or I guess kind of in like remembrance of where we started, since I'm finishing 2.0, I went back to my goofy ass bright red Harry Potter hat. Ready to march on Meridianum at a moment's notice. Troops are here in body, their minds are anywhere but. I also wear that hat in solidarity. And just because you can finally wear hats. You have to celebrate by wearing a bunch of hats when I'm doing casting things. Yep. I actually had to craft the thing today before stream and then go buy some dye. Because, like, at some point I must have gotten rid of the hempen hat that I picked up while I was doing the, like, eye level 5 quest thing at the very beginning. I must have got rid of it at some point without even thinking about sort of how iconic it had become to my character in the first couple of streams. And so I had to actually craft a new one for myself and then buy some dye. Garrison's mood is dark, so daunting is the prospect of joining what may prove to be the bloodiest battle. What a bunch of babies. Heroes such as you walking among them. This is hilarious. Every time the game is like, go to these established soldiers who've been enlisted in the military for 5 years and psych them up because they're a bunch of stupid morons who can't be bothered to be psyched up for a totally morally justifiable battle against a horribly evil enemy. And for some reason, they're scared and weak and pathetic and whiny. It's like, who the fuck enlisted these soldiers, man? Because they're kind of idiots. You know, I'm still not 100% decided on whether I'm going to include, like, poetics and ally seals and things like that in my list of don't buy from merchants. Part of me doesn't want to, because some of the greatest armors are like poetics, but that also makes some of the greatest armors from each expansion super easy to get. I don't have to craft them myself or anything. I just get poetics and buy them. So part of me does want to. Part of me does want to say only equip stuff that I've crafted myself, and I can still buy like the augmented ironwork stuff or whatever, but I only use it for glam. But part of me wants to be like, well, that's not gil, right? That's not gil. Poetics and ally seals and stuff are something that you actually have to do something in game, like actually mechanically do something like hunting enemies or engaging in roulettes or things like that in order to get. So you should be able to buy those pieces of gear and wear them, actually use them as gear. But I think I'm going to fall on the side of I can only use them as glam, just so I have to sort of keep raising my crafters and gatherers and keep trying to craft new sets of armor for myself every 10 or so levels, right? And sort of like keep that going. I think I may limit them to glam only. Ally seals make sense, like using those. No, I'm not against using them. Yeah. I'm not saying I won't use poetics or ally seals, especially in order to buy things that I can only get in that one way. Because, yeah, I do know there are things for company seals, and there are things for ally seals, or, you know, bags of nuts, or whatever the hell else they call them, right? The hunt seals that you can only get that one way and are like used in crafting recipes and stuff like that, and you can't get them any other way, right? So that's fully acceptable. That's 100% acceptable. I specifically meant like pieces of gear, which, yeah, I think I'm going to fall on the side of I can only use the gear as glam. I can use poetics and seals and things like that to buy gear. No. I can use poetics and seals and all that stuff to buy gear, but only for glam purposes. And I can totally use it to buy anything that, like, there's no other way to get this and I need it for crafting or things like that. I mean, technically, I could force myself to use Grand Company seals or some other seals in order to get, like, the dark matter that you use for repairing your gear. But because, like, there's no way to make dark matter, I've just been letting myself buy it for gil. Because it's like, I have so few things to spend gil on. If I can just buy dark matter, I may as well buy dark matter because you can't make it anyway. You have a nut button around here somewhere. Raise the flagging spirits of the men and women of our garrison. I don't think these people should be allowed to man a garrison if their spirits are flagging that much. Like, I don't think a soldier should be manning a garrison on what is the front line of a war if they really are so pathetic that their spirits are flagging and they need a fucking child to go and rally their spirits. Like, maybe they shouldn't be on the front lines. Oh, what's this? Ooh. Okay. First quick break. I'm gonna run some ads. Apparently there's some turkey burgers downstairs and my nephews are here, which means if I don't go and get my food as soon as it's ready, I'm not getting any food. Because as soon as people start turning their backs, my nephews are going to go back in and they are going to get seconds, thirds, and tenths and eat every bit of food that's available. They're not going to save any for anyone. They don't care. Well, primarily my oldest nephew doesn't care. My youngest is, I guess, a little better at that, but instant transmission me your cousin share. Turkey burgers. Nephew share. Alright, first quick break. I'm gonna go grab a burger and come back up. It'll only be a couple minutes. I'll just bring the burger up and, like, eat it while I'm doing the quests and stuff. I'll need to take another break a little later on, because it's one of my nephew's birthday today, so we do have a cake coming at some point that will get cut, and I will be grabbing a slice of that as well. But I will be back in a little bit.
Hey, only 2 people died.
It's about to be a third.
No!
Shoot. Yeah, but
Make that a fourth and a sixth and a seventh.
Yeah, I think I spoke too soon.
Estinian, are you there? We've brought something for you.
Enter.
Exercising. Yup. Wow, sweaty, shirtless Estinian, not like 10 minutes into the new MSQ. They really know their audience, don't they?
Saved me, sir, and not just with steel and valor. I fear my words fail me. You have saved my all, my dearest warrior, my great redeemer.
Yeah, sure. By the way, Eleanor, I'd like you to meet my wife, Celine. I've given her a ring and everything. Hope you two enjoy each other's company. Bye. That's like the best. Shadow just shouted my location away. What is this, a pity win?
We just throw it to again.
You know, I wonder if this is why Yoshi P was wearing the baseball jersey. Like, this is probably why he was wearing the baseball jersey, wasn't it? Unlimited heavy hitter special! Oh my god. Right into his face. Yeah. But that was my first ball! Home run! What an astounding development. Flooding the house with their manly tears. Doing the MSQ, yeah, he's the progenitor of the weirdness, yup. I also love the fact that Godbrand married a woman who runs around like a psycho with a frying pan. So rewind up Miss Delmay, modeled upon no one in particular. No, really. Modeled upon no one in particular. Yep, no one in particular. Honor a certain individual with a mammoth likeness, but knowing that it would go against his wishes to do so, the artisans of the crystalline mean came up with a perfect solution. Make a mammoth likeness anyway, but give it a vague name. That makes everything alright, right? By any other name, I would still be a rose, Master Rose. Oh my god. Call it Wind Up Mistel. It's just Graha. Just make it Graha. Who cares?
Ash, please say a word to the people. A word.
I suppose you have a point. It wouldn't be very Inspector-like to blow innocence to Kingdom Come. But then again...
Quite alright, my lord. Just a stray sin eater, and a weak one at that.
You know, I bet he was sitting inside the Crystal Tower, like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, he's here, he's here, he's here! I have to go meet him! Does my hair look good? I have to go meet him! Right? That seems about right to me. Huzzah! Look at all those dead people and remember that your family is dead, Allie. It's sweet that they wanted to do this for her, but doing this for her as a surprise is maybe not the right way to go about it. Hey, Allie, remember all these dead people? Like, guys, maybe you should have told her what you were gonna do beforehand. Jesus. Like, if thou wouldst challenge me, Arisen, do 100 push-ups, 100 pull-ups, 100 sit-ups, and a 10-kilometer run.
Sorry, just had to. Today's her birthday.
I got this. Never run the tightrope before. I think I got this. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I totally got this. God damn. Damn you, Scarlet.
I think not.
You know,
Foreign visitors should take the scenic route. And
regardless of
savor
whatever
an
else they may
opportunity to
change with the
latest
story,
autonomous
I hope to
weapons.
God I still get to watch Tifa just bitch slap the shit out of that woman for like 10 minutes straight. Like,
Damn it!
like, standing on top of the Junon cannon, just slapping the shit out of Scarlet.
Never get a better chance.
I can't wait to see that in high definition thing. Okay. Oh my God. Get a real good look at me, eh, Baron? Fart, 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 fart. Baron. Oh my God, Baron. I'm
Okay,
just enjoying
what if I'm a
myself
sexy
hanging out
frog?
at the new strip
Frogs
club,
are-
the Thighs and Breasts.
Excuse me?
Breasts and thighs.
Yep.
Breasts and thighs.
A small skeletron. Oh, hey, look! Now I have Baron playing the game co-op with me. Coco! I'll do a couple more dice roll, but if I don't find anything else, I'm going with Coco. I didn't know there could be one that simple. With all these bullshit, like, 20-letter names, I didn't know they'd give you something as simple as Coco. Go, I'll do an alt. God, Barrett. Timing with Blurb was a little insane.
What?
Oh my God, it jumped on my head. Get it off, get it off, get it off.
Keep backing up, Asper. Keep backing up. You'll be fine. Just keep backing up.
If I
Back
fall
up
into
more.
a pit, I'm blaming
Look to the
you.
right. Look to the right. Back up. To the right.
Thanks.
I'm so sorry.
I knew that was coming.
Did you just use it to eat the pancake?
Dude, I could tell that was coming a
that
mile
one.
away. I knew they were gonna lead me into my death, but oh well. It was funny at least.
Don't believe
It was worth it. It was worth the meme. Oh God, here it is. Calculating. 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 Idiocy achieved. Head this way to grab the gold one, and then I can circle back around for the others. Oops. Completely missed the jump button.
Wait,
I
I feel like we should buy torches or something, to be honest.
You haven't checked the store since we
Wait,
got
there's
it?
spray paint.
The spray. Oh, that would be so helpful. How much? That would actually be helpful. Yeah, because we can mark or we can actually put arrows and stuff to point where we need to
I'm
go.
drawing penises with it. I don't know what you
Oh. Well, at least make the penis point in the direction towards the exit.
Yep. All right, and I'm back, and I even managed to chow down the burger real quick. What the? Yeah, I thought someone kept sending a frickin' mount. You're about to hug Bo that's saying ahoy. Oh my God. Oh god. No way there, matey. Oh man. Barrett. Friggin' pirate now. Whoops. Got too close to the basilisk. Yeah, no interest in fighting any of you idiots. I am out of here. Of course these guys were aggressive. Hey, Robon. What else we got up here? Live removal, can make use of it. Hunters, scholars, nobody, nothing interesting. Hero who brought down the Perfectus. Camp here is grim at best. Well, then that sounds like a bunch of pathetic soldiers. Nice hat. Fear and self-pity. Didn't even notice you arrived. Share a few words of encouragement. Oh god. So carry more weight coming from you. Go and do the same for Edelstein. Unbelievable. Such worthless soldiers. Yeah. You have to have a tiny little baby go around and go, "Rah!" in order to make you feel better. You're idiots. Stirring gesticulation has reawakened me to my purpose. Let's give you a lot of glam power. Not near as frightening as you. Garleans are not near as frightening as you. Idiots. Amazonian height and bun ears are a different type of glam power. Who put this child on the front lines? Yar! Break my fast on Garleans. Right now I'm very hungry. Who's out here putting children on the front lines of a battlefield? I mean, technically everybody, considering I'm playing as a child. Considering I'm the warrior of light with my tiny little baby feet and baby hands. Your friend dislikes his Lalafell naming convention, so I've read out every name I see. Just to torment him by reading out all the Lalafell names. Stoke my fighting spirit as well, huh? I guess. I seriously have to stoke a lieutenant's spirit? Who the hell promoted this guy? Like, I'm not saying soldiers in the real world don't lose their fire and their drive and become disheartened with battle. It happens. But who the hell needs a tiny baby to run around psyching you up? What kind of a soldier is that? Like, you get your shit together and you fight. His Lalafell name sounds like he was raised in a prison by a less than savory row. This isn't his name, but it's pretty much criminal murder. Oh my god. Flames of courage. To burn within our brave men and women's hearts. Brave is the last thing I will call any of these people. Time for battle is nigh. March forth with no worries and regrets. Time for Castrum Meridianum. I swore I did remember that the title of one of these quests was Rock the Castrum. I'm glad I remembered that correctly. Rock the Castrum. Rock the Castrum. Castrum. Rock the Castrum. Sorry. Oh, man. If you didn't already know, I'm fucking old. That'll about do it for you. And I can sit here and sing Rock the Casbah. Actually, I think that might have been a little before my time. But I still know it. Done much to lift the spirits of our garrison on the eve of our greatest battle yet. Let's commence the briefing at once. Get in there and blow shit up and kill people. Okay. Like, every one of these long, boring-ass briefings they hold for the Warrior of Light could be, go in there, blow shit up, and murder people. It's like, got it. Like, kick in the front door and start killing people. One wall to the next. They really should have voiced this scene. Orange, the Maelstrom has struck a double blow. Oxidans and Marinum are now under blockade. Huzzah! Phase 2 is done. And I didn't have to raise a stupid little baby finger to do it. Offered fierce resistance. Admiral yielded them not one ill. Oxidans, Marinum, and Oriens, let's suppress the third phase may begin. Let's kick down their front door and start beating the shit out of them. The railway leading hither from Castrum Sentry. Quite afford the Je suis Ramu spear for your dragoon. Guess you should just go grind some Ramu EX. That can mean but one thing. Hour has come to strike at the heart of the Garlean invasion force. Yup. Time to give that black wolf a black eye. Haven't even fought Ramu where I am in the story. Oh yeah. Blah, blah, blah. Barriers of race, nation, blah, blah, blah. You want to unite a people, the best way to do it in the short term is give them a common enemy, and the Garleans are very good at that. That doesn't really do long term, but short term, a common enemy will get the job done. Shut up, Alphanod, me boy. Like, you mean nothing to no one. Most of these people probably don't even know who the Scions are when Minfilia starts speaking. No one cares about you, Alphanod, me boy. So, of course, he immediately starts invoking my name instead. Was it for who I know for a fact made the Garlean Empire and his temperament? I would almost think that they were just there to give people a common enemy. Yeah. Unfortunately, we know the real reason why the Garlean Empire was made, and that's to sow chaos. So kind of to give people a common enemy, but not so much to rally the people to rise up against Garlemald, but rather just to sow chaos in general. Wreak such havoc outside the walls as to afford no money, and his comrades the time they need to disable the deal generator. International levels of shit stirring. Yep, that is the definition of the entire reason the Garleans were raised up into an empire by Solus. Is international levels of shit stirring. Just to cause as much chaos as possible. Turn our minds to the true goal. For us to bash our brains against the enemy as hard as we can while he actually gets the mission accomplished. I can't accompany you this time? That's a lie. Sid's all over Meridianum. Facilitating communication between our forces. Why did they even give him this line? Sid is all over Meridianum and Praetorium. Shower, now Throckmorton is busy making everyone know I'm hers. She has to spread her scent all over you to make sure that everyone understands. Crystal, bless you and keep you. Oh, it will. It will. No more. Forward for Eosia. Brea uses the word planet in ARR. Does he? Huh. I don't recall hearing that. Is it after where I am, or have I already passed that part in the story and just forgotten? Duty support. It's coming up. Alright, I'll have to listen for that. Wrong one. Duty support, not duty finder. Castrum Meridianum. Eye level sync 60. Doesn't matter. None of my shit's over 50. Average eye level 42. 44. Oh, I am barely there. This stuff is holding me back. I have a little room that I can play with here if I really decide to get my eye level a little higher if Praetorium needs it to be. Because I made the turquoise stuff, which is 49, so its eye level is higher, but it's the wrong stats. Right? This is int and crit. This is mind and spell speed. So this will be much better once I'm a scholar. This, even though it's lower level, is still better right now when I'm a DPS. So I have a little room to play with on my eye level if Praetorium needs me to bump it up a bit. Flame, Serpent, and Storm. Oh yeah, so it's not the Scions anymore. This is like uniting the three groups together to be like, they're all working together, blah, blah, blah. But it's immediately followed by a text box using the word star in one of the new parts they added. Meridianum, here we go. Literally in here solo with an NPC party, and they still won't let me skip anything. God, I love the MSQ roulette dungeons. They're not terrible in every conceivable way at all. Like, I'm in here solo and you won't let me skip the friggin' cutscenes. Well, it's still taking a bit for me to get through the enemies. I thought with 49 gear this would go a little faster. Part of this may still be the duty support. The duty support may still just be kind of shit. I love the fact that Truth don't want to use AoE attacks. That's not terrible at all. Like I said before, even Squadron, which is like the worst of the worst, will at least use a couple AoE attacks, as long as you're using the right classes. As long as you're using Arcanists, they use AoE attacks. Okay, Prey is the same. Okay. Think you're about to unlock that feature. Emphasis on special. Yeah, squadrons are kind of terrible in many, many ways, but not all of them, which is surprising. Because squadrons is this forgotten-ass feature that the devs don't care about and have made very clear that they don't care about because they haven't touched it in like 10 years. And is surprisingly not the worst in some ways. I guess they have actually touched it within the last 10 years because they made the archers no longer do AoE. And I think they also may have made the Arcanists start doing AoE, but they might have done AoE before. I don't remember for sure if they did or not. But I think the archers used to do AoE. That or the archer's single target damage was just so fucking tweaked out of, like, their fucking mind that they were comparable to having anyone who does AoE. I don't remember which it was. You want to be a flame champion? The unused ranks upset you? Yeah. I can't remember what it was before. It was either that the archers used to do AoE in Squadron, or it's that their single target damage was so fucking out of their minds that like it was like triple or quadruple what the AoE damage would have been. I think they did have AoEs though. But yeah, I used to have a squadron that was basically all archers. At least my DPSs were all archers. You still need to have tanks and healers, but like every single DPS was an archer. These days, every single DPS is an Arcanist because they're the only ones that do AoE attacks. Pretty much everything else is like interchangeable. I don't think it really matters if you use a warrior or a paladin as a tank, so I have one of each. And I don't think it... I think you can have a white mage or a scholar as healer, but there might only be conjurer or white mage or something like that. I don't actually remember if you can have scholar healers in your squadron. Because actually, yeah, I think Squadron is classes only, no jobs. So the only healer available might be Conjurer. No, you don't. Their AI is terrible. Yeah, their AI is terrible. Their AI is not nearly as good as Trust, but at least you can make them do AoE attacks, right? That's the one benefit they'll have over Trust, is that, like, Trust just don't want to use AoE attacks ever for some reason. Which is, like, a really dumb thing they implemented, having Trust, like, only do single target. Can you please step a little closer to the rest of the freaking class, moron, so I can hit you? Yeah, it's the Storm Marauder. Where he's standing, it allows people to get on the other side of him, and then you have them all spread out. Okay, let's do single target now. I noticed something the other day. What was I looking at? I can't remember. I know I was on my main and I noticed something that made it look like I think one of my AoEs on a class or on one of the jobs I was messing around with was like so bad that I think it was only a gain on 4, which I thought was impossible. I thought like at minimum every AoE was like a gain on 3. But I think I saw one that was like only a gain on 4. I can't for the life of me remember what it was I was messing around with though. But I didn't think gain on 4 was even physically possible to be that bad. What would it have been? Was it Picto I was messing around with? Was it, wasn't Machinist. I'm basically done with Machinist. I know I was messing around with Monk recently, but I don't think that was the one. Maybe it was Picto. I can't remember exactly. I know I was messing around with Monk recently, and I was messing around with Picto recently. I can't think of any else I was messing around with, and I don't think it was Monk. But yeah, one of these like had an AoE whose potency looked like it would only be a gain on 4 unless I'm missing something. Like their single target had like over 300 potency, and like the AoE was like 100 potency. Come on. Whack these idiots. I will say at least we don't have to run all the way out and deal with blowing up the stupid ceruleum pipelines anymore. Like I said, the MSQ dungeons are certainly better than they used to be. That doesn't make them good. They're still tedious as shit, but they're much less tedious than they were before. This new set of gear is pretty good. I still feel like my DPS is lower than it should be, which at this point might actually be the fact that I'm a class rather than a job. My potencies may just be like tweaked on the low end, right? Because of the fact that I'm still a class, I might just have like really terrible potencies right now. Or it might be because I'm running with trusts, and so they're just really slow in dealing damage. Yeah, see, we don't have to go down there at all anymore. You used to have to go down there and fight a bunch of big group of enemies, couple groups of enemies, pick up some explosives and blow up a couple of those pipes. It will be nice finally having a job unlocked, though. That'll be cool. That first little hurdle of trying to get to 50, like, maybe if I'd said that, like, at 30, there's something I can do to unlock my first job, but then beyond that, it becomes more difficult. I don't know. It would have been better. But that doesn't feel like it really would have been much of a challenge to do it that way. If I had something I could do at 30 to unlock the first job, it's just like, well, who cares? That's just the same as a normal playthrough at that point. I still have to pay off the guild to get it, but that's only one little thing. Having to overcome challenges is more interesting to me. But maybe there's something I could have found at 30 that would have been interesting. But, yeah, the first hurdle up to 50 and up to Ultima until you get your first job is kind of the most annoying part. Now I'll have a job, I can go and run content with other players just using that job for anything over 30. Plus, I can start getting into some of the other content that'll let me get access to more jobs beyond that. If I want other ones, it's pretty easy to get the next couple. Aren't that difficult. the way I have these challenges set up, I can pretty easily get myself 4 jobs per expansion. Pretty easily. That's not enough, though. Anything beyond that becomes much more difficult to get. Go, 2 down. You know what, maybe I'll just, I should use the LB on trash packs to just try and, like, wipe them out. I'm not bothering because I'm used to, like, playing with other players and stuff like that, but it's like, actually, I should be using the LB on garbage packs. Oh, I should also be using a freaking XP buff. I'm an idiot. So even that's not able to do much damage to them. That's crazy how little damage that LB did. Even it was a LB1 though. Like, for all the standstill and hardcast your LB nonsense, that did, like, barely more than a random AoE from me. Oops, used this a little early. Have to hard cast it. Hey, dickbag. Sorry, I can't type out the name now because we don't have to just stand around as much as we used to. I guess I could still type out the name, though. There we go. There you go, Sid. I can still do it. Even if there's no point to it. Let's go! Since there were such long stretches where you just have to, like, stand still and wait for Sid to go through massive, annoying lines of dialogue, we used to entertain ourselves by doing stuff like that, just typing that stuff out while Sid's just blathering on for like a minute and a half in his dialogue. Come on, we can take down the Colossus. Ain't that big. I mean, it's big. Very big, especially since I'm a tiny potato. Oh, I'm attacking the wrong one. Looks like most of the other DPS is going to this guy. Should burn him down fast then. Boom. And done. Now we're up to fighting this crazy friggin' nut job. Hit it, Sid. Is this just a random... Yeah, this has to be just a random Reaper he picked up from, like, some other soldier while we were in Meridianum. Because, we find Maggie later. Blah, blah. Yada, yada. Unskippable dialogue. I'm crazy. Complete psychopath. Crazy obsessed psycho girlfriend who, when you realize that guys basically raised me as my father, that becomes much more creepy. Arg. I won't let you take from me the things that I care about. You cannot have him. Uh-huh, whatever, lady. Alright, let's do this. Fear my coloring book. Mapping Castrum. Map the Castrum. Her mechanic got a definite improvement. She's actually one of the ones that's kind of like much more interesting since the changes. Infinite reach.
You're mine.
Stupid invulnerable phases. Where, like, I can't do any damage to her because she's not even on the screen, and then when she goes flying by, she's not even targetable. blaster. Another thermobaric strike. Interesting, we're getting more limit break out of this than I thought we would. But I still don't think we would have been able to hit LB2 before she died. So, better that I just used the LB1 there. And... bye-bye. Later, Livia. I mean, I'm not taking anything from you. I'm killing you, so there's nothing left for you to lose. Lost your life, nothing left. Really rather poorly written character. Who they then decide to basically dog on later in the game to try and make Gaius look better, which is a bad look for the devs. To make her a poorly written character and then try and make her look like a bad guy later on to try and make Gaius look better is really not a good look for the devs. Bringing down the tower. Now the way to the Praetorium lies open, which means right into the next terrible, terrible MSQ dungeon. They're actually pretty good dungeons, in all honesty. It's just all the stupid, unskippable cutscenes make them really annoying to replay. This first playthrough on stream and for my video this Friday of like I'm finishing up 2.0 is great and everything, but the replay for MSQ roulette is so tedious. All right. Thanks, NPC guys. And I've started picking up Poetics now. Yep, I started picking up Poetics now. Can't get any of those. Can't get any of those. Not going to be able to get any of those ever. Actually, now that I think about it, I was going to say until like months and months or even years from now, but I can't even get to the part of the story that has these in them. Only Poetics. And I've overcapped my gil again. That's fine. I'm going to be blowing 250 of it today anyway. Torium stripped of his defenses, the way to Ultima weapon lies open. Time for the final phase. Good thing I'm picking up all these bits of the pieces, the tin pieces or whatever they are. The bronze piece, the gold piece, all these Allegan pieces. Because if I'm going to blow 250k today, I'll be able to get a little bit back by spending those. Armor identification key. Gee, I wonder what that mount looks like. And a Fantasia. I mean, I need to trash this. I'll store it somewhere. Just in case, like, some psychopath at some point I want to Fantasia my character not to be a Lalafell named No Money Mo Money, which makes no sense to me, but maybe somewhere down the line, sometime that'll happen for some reason that I can't predict. Flames will storm Meridianum and suppress what's left. Yep, allow us to go straight into the Praetorium and kill Ultima weapon. I have the same mind as with another soulless realm that can see this deed done. Well, then it sounds like you guys are fairly useless if you basically just have to rely on the Warrior of Light to do everything. See to your preparations and then head to the Enterprise. Let's just teleport back. So I have to run through these enemies. Even though most of them won't chase me back to the town. So I got 100 poetics for completing that dungeon. I think I got 100 poetics for it being the first time I completed that dungeon as well. I think that's what the other 100 was for. I have like a lot of grade 5 now. Like I said, since I had nothing else to spend my gil on, I just started blowing it on dark matter. Which means I'm going to end up with like way more dark matter than I'll ever need. And really don't have to worry about like blowing grade 5s to repair like grade 1 gear. Because who gives a shit? I got nothing else to spend my gil on anyway. When you're ready, let us be on our way. Praetorium is now accessible. Get 150 for completing this. 250. Because another 100 for it being first time completion. Yep, also eye level 42. Let's do it then. We get to have some fun here in Praetorium. I mean, it's mostly going to be sort of the boring, very slow, clear type stuff that I did with the duty sport in the previous one. But, at least partway through the dungeon, we get to have a little bit of fun. I wonder how duty support handles the mount part. I assume they just mount up with you and start blasting enemies, but it'll be interesting to see how they handle that section. Here we are. Bye, Biggs. Bye, Wedge. Could stay and fight with us, but nah. Also, my boring NPCs that are helping me out here, that are all dressed up in actual uniforms from 3 grand companies, rather than, you know, some cowboy cat boy, some like Aura wearing a Speedo, some like you usually have in this cutscene. Here we go. Magitech terminal. Out of the way, Sid. Come through. Of course, he split them up again. Okay, I'm definitely hitting all of them from here. Basically, the only person I can target that I can actually hit everyone. Stupid bombardments. Got all these stupid Reapers that are in the way. That are really not using their weapons as aggressively as they should be. Like, I know for a fact they have much better weapons on those Reapers than the random ones that they're using here that are super easy to dodge. Bye-bye. Taking these guys forever to die. Allies that will not DP, that will not AoE are so annoying. Yeah, my potencies must be lower. I mean, I'll grant you these guys are not very good fighters, but I think my potencies are low too because of the fact I'm a class. You really do sort of start to feel it near like the mid to high 40s and 50s, where it's like, it feels like my potencies are just not cutting it anymore. Now we get to sit through another unskippable cutscene with stupid auto-advancing text. Ah, Sid, me boy. Just start calling him like I've been calling Alphino. Ah, Sid, me boy. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's gonna keep being Alphinod, me boy, until probably about 3.0. Maybe not even until like late in 3.0. Gaius trying to be all fatherly to Sid. Come, join us. Nope, not interested. You're boring, Gaius. No one cares. All I want from you, Gaius, is how very glib, and this was not my intention. Everything else is boring. I don't want to hear it. Long known my destiny. Sure you lies not with the Empire. I love that we're actually still early enough on in the story that he believes he's going to sway me to his cause, too. Like, you still think there's any chance whatsoever he can get through to the Icon Slayer? Yeah. Well, if you won't join me, then I'll have to kill you. Escape the past. Says a man who spends every waking moment after 2.0 like desperately trying to escape his own past. Let's party, you stupid giant colossus. Freaking jerk. Probably shouldn't be standing there in front of him. Although it doesn't seem like any of his stuff targets him differently. Like cleaves or anything. Bye-bye, idiot. And on we go to the best part of this dungeon. Look who it is! She even has the Ironworks logo branded on her. So that if it isn't fate... Oh, they don't get in the armor at all! That's how they handle it. They don't handle it. Jesus. That's boring. Let's play. Oh my god. Hold the tick. Targeting. Target circle to select. Auto target. Ground targeting. Limit ring movement. Press action twice to execute. Those are the two that I don't have. I haven't had any ground target options, so now it won't go past the point where I can use it, so it won't turn purple and be like, you can't actually cast it here. And now I can just hit the button a second time to trigger it. I don't have to actually click with my mouse. I can just tap the button twice to trigger it. I haven't had to use ground targeting up to this point, so I never realized that I didn't have any of that stuff turned on. Are you stupid? Why are you targeting him? There we go. Pew pew. Yep. Hanging out with Maggie and blasting my way through the castrum. Or, well, the Praetorium. The tower in the castrum is like my favorite part of this entire dungeon. I love that these idiots are on foot trying to fight this stuff. So pointless. So dumb that the Trust couldn't even get in their the armor and like use it to fight. It's so stupid. Makes them even more garbage. They can't handle the AI of just like getting in the armor and following me and maybe just targeting enemies with the normal attacks from the armor. Proto-Ultima arm units. Yeah, I never really paid attention to the fact they're called the Proto-Ultima arm units. Hmm. Huh. Because, I mean, we have the Ultima weapon here, obviously, which is part of that. But you also fight the Proto-Ultima in an Alliance raid later on. And I can't think of, like, how that Proto-Ultima looks and if those arm units are actually, like, implemented in it. Storm Marauder trying to break that with the axe. Storm Marauder is succeeding in breaking that with his axe. That's the worst part of the whole thing. It's like they're actually dealing damage to this stuff. Which is dumb. If you're running around in the Reaper just blasting it with explosions and stuff to do it, and they're doing like not as much damage as me, obviously, but they're doing a decent amount. Yep. Get Maggie back just to blow out her freaking core in like 30 seconds later. Maggie's sacrificed for if we could have just called in the Storm Marauder. Yeah. Good girl, Maggie. It didn't work too well. I mean, we're through. She's not in such a good state. Way's clear. Have to go on your own 10 feet now. Bye, Maggie. Remember, kids, only put mammoth cores in your weapons of mass destruction if you're going to proceed to treat them very nicely. Don't do it if you're going to act like a dick to them. Another horrible obsessive girlfriend. Only just not for Gaius this time. Like, Nero, random person I haven't thought about in 30 years? What are you doing here? I've been obsessing over you for the last 30 years of my life. Like, okay. Why? Condemned to live in your shadow. I do love that. It's like Nero spent his entire life obsessing over Sid, and Sid's like, I haven't thought about you a single time since we were in the academy together. What rivalry are you talking about? What is this one-sided rivalry that doesn't exist? Essentially, a mass being forced to listen to someone have an angry and loud lover's tip on speakerphone on the bus. Pretty much. Sid and bloody garland. At least Nero mellows out later. While you're having to listen to the obsessive girlfriend bitch at a guy who hasn't thought about her once in 30 years since they broke up. Here. Later on, you're just listening to an old, bickering, divorced couple. A sassy power button. I do love he's just screaming, long have I endured this injustice, and Sid's like, what? Like, I never once thought of us as rivals at the academy, and I haven't thought about you a single second of a single moment of a single hour of any day since I left the academy, Nero. Like, there's nothing here. Build icons. Yep. Yes, I have. Harness your power for use in the Ultima weapon. It's hammer time! Sorry. Oh my god. Yield to me the secrets of your power. Oh, it's easy. Just cast an illusion of a star shower, and there's a pretty good chance you'll accidentally give yourself the echo. I mean, there's no guarantee, but there's a chance. Not stuff the ads again. That's okay. This is a decent time for the ads, I suppose. Just this boring fight with Nero. Better that the ads run now than after this when I have long cutscenes and stuff. Meet one of my creations. A big-ass hand. Give him a hand, boys and girls. Not bothering with this one. I'm just like, nah, not gonna bother with that. will unfortunately have to deal with this one. Bye, Nero. Man, we are just knocking down these freaking Imperial lieutenants like no one's business. We've gone through 3 of these idiots in like an hour. Granted, this one was smart enough to just piss off. This one was smart enough to be like, well, I'm definitely no match for this guy. Peace out. Fine, Sid. What of Nero? Filed for a marriage license and a divorce license with me. Damn it. Cool. A bunch of ally forces are showing up for nothing, to do nothing, and be nothing, and not interact with the story at all. Push on and kick Gaius' ass. Hey, I'm 52? 52 Arcanist. Not that that'll matter at all. Not for a very long time. Because I can't do anything with 52 until I get into Heaven's Ward.
Look for the lips control panel. It'll be somewhere nearby. Take the lid down, and you should find yourself in the chamber of the Ultima weapon.
Thanks, Sid. Can't hear you. You're breaking up. How very glib. Sorry.
Keep your eyes peeled. Gaius could be waiting for you down there.
Or right here.
And don't even think about dying. You're too bloody useful.
Snake, there's invisible soldiers in that lift with you. Sorry. Oh, man.
Tell me, for whom do you fight?
How very glib. Oh, bastards. How dare they remove that. I already knew the line wasn't there anymore. I just like keep on memeing about it forever. How dare they remove how very glib.
And its faith is an instrument of deception.
How very glib.
It is not but a cobweb of lies. To believe in Eorzea is to believe in nothing.
Eh. To believe in Garlemald is to believe in a lie. So, you know.
Though your comrades only rarely respond in kind. Which is strange, is it not? Are the 12 otherwise engaged? I was given to understand they were your protectors. If you truly believe them your guardians, why do you not repeat the trick that served you so well at Cartano and call them down? They will answer. so long as you lavish them with crystals and gorge them on ether. Your gods are no different from those of the beasts. Icons, everyone. Except but this. And you will see how Eorzea's faith is bleeding the land dry. Nor is this unknown to your masters, which prompts the question, why do they cling to these false deities? What drives even men of learning, even the great Louis Soir, to grovel at their feet?
Admittedly, Louis Swap played around with primals a little more than he probably should have.
For the world of man to mean anything, man must own the world.
No thank. Too much hassle.
To this end, he hath fought ever to raise himself through conflict, to grow rich through conquest. And when the dust
I will
of battle
admit,
settles,
I like when this comes back later to basically torment Gaius with his own past. When we reach the amazing self-destructing orphans part of the story that I'm not going to be able to play in Shadowbringers, and all of this pride, all of this glory, all of this ego comes back just to, like, torment Gaius with the failures of his own past, is hilarious to me. Watching him basically be tortured with his own ego.
Come, champion of Eorzea, face me. Your defeat shall serve as proof of my readiness to rule.
I don't know, dude. You blew Garlemald's entire military budget on gold paint just so you could look cool during your fucking henshin moment. Just so you could look cool during your henshin moment. Blew Garlemald's entire military budget on gold paint. Bella. I am perfectly fine right where I am. Come. Ow, I must have been standing there and gotten snapshotted. Damn. Yeah, not too surprising. Yeah, I don't think I'll be able to hit it. I'm trying to find that spot. This might be it. Let's see if I can damage him enough. Damn it! Nope. If I'd done it like a second earlier, I might have been able to damage him enough to bypass this phase of the fight, but I doubt it. Even if I had timed that properly, I don't think my caster LB would be anywhere near enough damage to like bypass this phase. I actually don't even know if you can physically bypass this phase. Even if I had knocked him down to 0 health with my LB, the game might have allowed him to go into this phase anyway. I'm not sure whether that's the case or not. Thanks, jackass conjurer, for standing in my way.
Eorzea's mine by right.
Hi, Gaius. No one likes you. I'm sure someone likes him. Not really me.
I had not thought to be so hard-pressed.
Yeah, no shit. Obviously not.
Most impressive.
You thought it was important to waste money on dye for your armor, so you really didn't expect much from me, I guess.
Yet, you lack the resolve to put it to proper use. A waste.
Something like, you lack the resolve to put all your power to proper use. No. No, idiot. I am putting it to proper use without trying to lord it over everyone else. Spirit Bond, Spirit Bond, Spirit Bond. Mapping Praetorium. Algan Tomestones. Yep. Probably should be melding, shouldn't I? Although most of these aren't very good. I think the reason I didn't meld was because I didn't have very many good pieces. Yeah, look at these terrible stats. You've been selling your materia? Yeah. Early on, a lot of this stuff ain't really worth it anyway. Okay, so this can only use 2s anyway, so I may as well. I'll do Determination. Because I'm about to turn into a healer. Determination is more important than direct hit rate. Especially for shield healers. Slap the direct hit rate on there, I suppose. High level 45 or higher. Okay. Not that I really need spell speed, but whatever. I've got it. I may as well. Besides, every piece of materia you have melded increases your spirit bond gain, thus allowing you to get more materia faster. So even if you don't have very good materia, it kind of is worth it to just meld as much materia as you can onto everything, even if it's not great for you stat-wise, because it lets you extract materia faster, more often, gain faster spirit bond and all that, and you can get more materia, better materia that you can probably replace the other ones with more quickly. I usually won't over meld a piece that's like very temporary though. Because I don't want to go into the hassle of breaking a bunch of materia only to extract it later and replace it with better stuff. That's just boring to me.
Which you will not.
Make a fucking fool of myself? Purely based off of ego? Yeah, go ahead, do it. Super Saiyan Gaius. Super Saiyan Gaius and his Gundam. Porta Decumana. There we are. Last little bit of the story here. Porta Decumana. Still only eye level 42. Good. Good. Another like 200. I'll have enough to buy a couple of pieces. I'll probably just have enough to buy like a top or a bottom, really, when I'm done here. I'd have enough to buy a couple of accessories, but probably just one main piece of armor if it need be. Not that I care that much. I don't really like the augmented Ironworks look, so I don't think I'm going to really buy it and use it for glam anyway. The Laha Bread solo duty actually isn't too bad. I enjoyed it. Better than the punching bag he used to be. Uh-huh. Ah, yes. The bread solo duty. I forgot about that.
Bear witness to the true power of the Ultima weapon.
Such devastation. Oh, man. Boop. A little more food. Let's party. It's time to get up off of your ass, Heidelin. And put in some work, finally.
Kneel to the might below.
That Storm Marauder just... Oh, he didn't just take it. I thought that Storm Marauder just stood there and took it.
Devastation! This was not my intention!
Baron. Ow. I should have just kept running. At least the Conjurer that they give you for the trust isn't too bad. Oh no! He's totally imprisoned us all and there's nothing we can do to stop him. He's totally going to wipe the entire party. Here, feel, drink! Get drunk! Oh, my friend, we wiped and he believed me. Well, there goes your Titan, dumbass. You got no more Titan left in ya. How's that ultimate weapon there working out for you now? I do love that she just, like, rips their essences out of him. Whoops, did that wrong. Imagine looking at the bowl and it's just tight in there. God. I think I'll be able to hit LB2 before this is done, but I may not. I actually think Ultima Weapon triggers its finishing section faster than like 0.0%. I think it happens before that. Nightcore Titan Thiepsters. God. Oh no, yet another instance of we've totally wiped and there's nothing we can do about it. Oh yeah, you do 0 when the shield is up, I forgot. Boop. And use the light to rip Garuda out of them. This is a long-ass elevator. That it's not spent of icon power yet. We've ripped 2 of the 3 out. You're losing power fast here, buddy. Also, Ifrit was the biggest bitch out of all of them, yeah. Exactly. Literally the first one we stomped is the only one you've got left, dude. The very first primal we stomped into the ground is the only power you've got left in that thing. Oh yeah, I'm totally gonna be able to, Oh no, we've totally wiped again! Absolutely, truly, it's not a fake out at all. We're dead, guys. My NPC party that doesn't care about jokes. We're totally dead. LB2! Get blasted, moron. I love it's like, I'm totally going to beat you now that I have no primal power whatsoever. I'm definitely going to win this fight. Am I afraid to do any of these dungeons with bots? Yeah. Well, after I finish up with, finally unlocking a job, I probably won't be using duty support anymore. Because I can go through as a scholar and I'll get like instant cube pops anyway.
Can his strength truly be so great?
I'm mostly just using duty support from like 30 to 50 so I don't pester other people and so I don't have to wait on DPS queue times. Right, the idea of not being able to get a job until later in the game was a challenge I set for myself. I didn't set it for other players, so no reason for me to pester them with my underpowered character for the like last 30 dungeons.
This is what empowers him.
Beyond mortal
Yes.
limits.
Totally that. Only that. Nothing else other than the blessing makes me special.
Darkness must needs be brought to bear upon the shield of light. And so it shall, for the Ultima weapon is host to a power of which you are as yet ignorant.
Speak plainly, Ascian.
The heart of Sabik.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
is the weapon's core, an enigma whose surface even the vaunted scholars of ancient Alleg failed to scratch. The magic within has lain dormant for eons.
Did we ever even really speak of us being the power of his god and it has absolutely nothing to do with Zodiark at all? Yeah.
A spell without parallel.
Tempered by his wife.
Ultima.
Oh my
I
god.
sought the life force of the primals for no other reason but to quicken the core. For the true power of the Ultima weapon lies within its now beating heart.
Laha Brea, what have you done?
A bunch of shit you could never imagine because you're just a
More than is
puppet.
necessary for my god to be reborn.
My god.
Damn you, Ascian.
Totally his god.
The hour is at hand. Behold but a sliver of my god's power. From the deepest pit of the seven hells to the very pinnacle of the heavens, the world shall tremble. Unleash Ultima!
I do like that even Heidelin is kind of like, holy shit, time to shield him. Yeah, see, so we don't really so much as conquer Castra Meridianum as kind of more like nuke the shit out of it.
Such devastation! This
Was not my intention. Such devastation.
Oh, Heidelin. It seems
He said the
task of
thing.
keeping your champion
Barry.
alive
He
has
said the
exhausted
thing.
what strength you had left. Van
I mean, not
Belzar,
really.
your enemy's shield is broken. The rest I leave to you.
We will speak later.
He really won't. He doesn't give a shit about you.
But first, I must deal with you. The question of who is mightier remains.
I love that the man who just unleashed a nuke on top of my head and is piloting a giant mecha is like, I must face you and prove I'm stronger than you. Okay, then get out of the mecha, doofus. I've already beaten your ass. You had to hop in a mecha to try and beat me and you're still failing. Friend has disappeared off the face of the earth. The only thing he said in the last 3 days was hella in response to me saying I hit level 50 as a Dragoon. Hella. God, that sounds like some of my friends' level of communication. Just like, cool. like the one thing they've said to me in a month kind of stuff. Jerk. Don't push me out, you stupid conjurer. You're supposed to maneuver around me. That's what trusts are supposed to be good at. Don't be shoving your stupid stack thing on top of my head. Unless they're Urianger. Game? What the hell, game? I need to stay out of that, I think. I'm gonna die. What the hell was that? The whole point of those is that you're supposed to interrupt the balls and make them explode before they come together, or it gets a bigger explosion. And yet, for some reason, the last two just completely ignored me stepping on them and just kept going. Stepping on the balls. Good phrasing there, Ash. Stood on the mechanics more times than I could count. It happens. Thinking about moving at the very last second so he'll complete his run. To avoid stuff that goes straight to where he was intending to go. If you're there, you get hit. Oh god. First trust Avatar. Go ahead and bash him with just a tiny LB. It does barely any damage. Come on, Ultima, you can do better than this. Too bad you're on the other side of the world. I can't really get to you. Nope, couldn't get there in time. Oh, Ezra. We're almost done with 2.0. Just have to purge your stupid tank right on my head. Crap. Holy moly. Well, I might have been able to wait for a LB2, but I don't think so. Yeah, no, definitely not. We're gonna get there long before it would have hit 2. Crap. Stupid Citadel Buster. Ultima time. Yep. So I wouldn't have had time for an LB2 anyway. But I will have time for an LB3 because that's how this section works. No strength to shield thee again, but I have a big ass boom. Boom! And yet, you've got a massive sword for me to wield. Not the strength to shield thee again, but here's a big-ass blade for you to explode them with. I love that, like, auto LB3. That's a great one. Bye-bye, Ultima. Get wrecked, son.
No! No, no, no!
What a doofus.
Heed me. The subjects of a weak ruler must needs look to a higher power for prominence. And their dependence comes at a cost to the realm. The misguided elevate the frail, and the frail lead the people astray. Unless a man of power wrests control, the cycle will never be broken.
Sure. That works out really well for Garlemald in the end.
People must see the truth in this. You who have the strength to rule.
I'm not gonna rule anything. I'm a tiny baby. I just want you idiots to leave me alone so I can color in my coloring book. Pretty much dying, still fucking monologuing. Yep. Practically dying and still monologuing. Also, did we actually just destroy the Hardisabeak there? I never really thought about that. It seems to me like the Hardisabeak should be a lot stronger than that. Like, it should have been possible for us at level 50 to destroy it. Even if we destroyed the Ultima weapon, it should have still just, like, had the heart just laying on the ground or something afterwards. Right. Ultima down. Two more things to do, but only one more for 2.0. Pathetic.
Pathetic.
He said the thing! Oh, man, so dumb.
You
boasted of unrivaled power. You were entrusted with
He says
the
planet in this
ultimate
cutscene, I'm pretty sure.
weapon,
Okay.
the ultimate magic. And still, you failed. So much for the glory of man. The growing imbalance afflicting the planet
there's planet.
must be redressed. If it is permitted to worsen, the very laws of existence, both etheric and physical, will be warped beyond all recognition.
We don't destroy the hardest to beat because it's part of the storyline of Pandemonium. But that's part of the past, right? Or does it take... Or, oh, wait. Do they involve it in the third arc of the... It's left in Azizla? Okay. Okay. That's why that guy goes there. Oh, alright.
Know you the root of this corruption? Hydaelyn.
That sounds like some biased fake news there, bro.
Like a parasite, she must be burned out.
Hey, did planet twice. He called it planet twice.
And not but the return of the one true god will ensure her complete excision. Yet, to pave the way for the Master's return, a chaotic confluence of untold proportions must needs be brought about. And that will necessitate the presence of the primals. Needless to say, both you and your scion accomplices cannot be suffered to interfere in this endeavor. You will not leave this place alive.
Yes I will. I don't know, bro. This game has like 5 expansions at this point. I think I might leave this place alive, dude. I think I just might have a chance of leaving this place alive. 50, eye level 60. I don't even have an eye level 60, so it doesn't matter.
It is past time your flame was extinguished.
Bring out
the light.
Bring it, bread. You got no chance against me. With your flaky, fluffy moistness. Yeah. For the sake of the star, I will deal with you personally. Yeah. Totally says planet twice in the cutscene and then immediately talks about the star. In this, when it's just random text rather than voiced. What? See by dark flames, damage dealt and HP recovery reduced. Okay, that doesn't matter. There's my opening. Damn it, I moved too early again. There we go. That time I didn't. Man, Bread, you got a lot of health and deal a lot of damage. Better just go ahead and addle him during these. I'll just sure cast that even though I'm close enough that it doesn't matter. Oh, he would have knocked me back and then tried to cleave the arena on the side I was on. Okay. Light cannot be suffered to live. Go forth, my shadows. Phantom Bread. Double. Night burn. Boom, boom. Yep. Double. I like that La Brea is the one who uses all the, like, weird types of magic, like double and triple and stuff like that. And technically Ultima as well, but he uses the hardest of beak for that. Dude, he's definitely going to fill up his power. I don't know how I'm supposed to take out these arcane spheres in time. Or if I'm not supposed to. You
have meddled enough.
Chained. Is this a tap to break? Like, I barely remember anything about this fight. Actually, I don't even know if this fight existed when I first went through the game. I don't remember if this fight was even a thing when I first went through. Ow. It did. It was part of Praetorium. Okay. So it wasn't a solo fight back then the first time I went through the game. That's all. Yeah, final fight of Prey. Okay, so that's why I barely remember this, because it probably didn't matter that much. Look at all this power she apparently still has left over. After telling me she has no power left. Power enough to resurrect me, give me a massive sword to bash someone's brains in with, to give me a massive shield to protect me from a nuke. Oh, wait, I have to bring this idiot back up. Unless this is Dynamis. I don't know if this is Dynamis. Seeing as it's coming from Heidelin, I'm inclined to think maybe not. Triple night burn. Great. Oh, yeah. Barely any damage to me now. Now that I'm full of determination, he's not dealing, like, any damage to me. Epic Echo. I don't know. Doesn't look like Dynamis to me. It looks more like Ultra Instinct to me. So Beast request. It's like, do this particular fate. Oh god. Then the fate isn't there. Oh, yeah. Those ones where they want you to do, like, fate series type fates that don't always show up at all times in the zone, where you have to, like, go through multiple other fates to try and get it to proc. Those are always annoying. Ah, bread. Butter his slice. Butter his slice. Defeat the bread. Damn, moved too early again. Oh well. Brilliant conviction.
Be gone.
Bathed in the light of the Mother Crystal. Oh, you know what? I should. Oh. More food. For the stats and the XP. Bye, bread. Later, pal. Bread buttered.
If thou wouldst pierce the shadows, make thee a blade,
Blade of light. We really do kind of just end up like throwing a massive beam of light at the enemies at, at the end of most of our stories, don't we? That's pretty much how you answer every situation in Final Fantasy XIV, is let me create a giant beam of light and blow this thing up.
What?
Well, you wanted to see her. There she is. Let's see if you can destroy her now. The power of doofuses.
The light, it binds them. They are too many.
You know, you could just say the power of friendship, right? Just go, ugh, the power of friendship? Are you kidding me? That's how you're gonna beat me? Ugh. Right? Like, you're an evil villain of darkness, but you know the tropes. You gotta just be like, ugh, the power of friendship, seriously. Can't deal with this much socializing today. I'm going back to my Asian cave. Asians are all introverts. So you just surround them with a bunch of people who all want to talk to them all at once. And they just flee back to their Asian realm of darkness, aka their bedroom. Oh god. Wait! She lives! Hey, Maggie! Like, remember, boys and girls, if you're going to put a mammoth core in your weapons of mass destruction, treat them very nicely. Become friends with them. Hey, buddy, how you doing? Just limping away from it.
And so my conquest ends, Sid.
What are you talking to Sid? Of all people.
In smoke and ashes.
Yup. Run, Maggie, run!
Hear, feel, think.
Chug that 40 ounce.
Warrior of light.
It's bigger than your entire body, little potato.
The darkness hath fled before the unclosed brilliance of thy spirit. Yet it lingereth still beyond the sight of men in forgotten corners of the world. In the depths of the abyss yet resideth the Dark One, watchful ever, till this evil be cast out. Never shall the world know aught but a passing peace. Yet for the present,
It's like that your weapon is a
gentle
scholar,
light
summoner is a
shineth
book.
o'er the realm
Slapping
of
an Asian like, learn you a book. Just whack. I like a little child whacking him in the shins with his coloring book.
From sparkling moat shall it swell to glorious sun, and all the world shall bask in its warmth.
Sure. According to page 53, paragraph 9, you a bitch.
And joy be upon thee.
Oh, man.
Go forth, my child, and be as a beacon of hope for Eorzea and the lands beyond through all the days of thy life.
Sure, Mom. Well, the Warrior of Light's dead. Looks like we're gonna have to go find another one.
Units have fallen back to the outer perimeter.
We go through so many Warriors of Light like that. Ugh.
The Flames have completed their withdrawal, General.
Admiral, all hands accounted for.
He's still in there.
Sid, has there been no word?
I don't know. I thought I heard a potato screaming his head off a couple of minutes ago, but that's about the last I heard of it.
Nothing. Nothing at all.
Damnation!
He's going to make it. I know he is.
Ida is right. We must have faith.
Sid, can they not be evacuated aboard the Enterprise? That adventurer and the Scions are as the Warriors of Light reborn. We cannot abandon them to their fate. Not again.
So let's stand here and debate it for a little while longer.
In the midst of that would only add to the fireworks.
Quickly, everything's exploding. Let's stand around and talk for an hour.
Please, Mother Heidelin. Please light his way through the darkness.
Reading is so incredibly wooden, yeah. For what it's worth, that's not just like poor voice direction. That seems to be like an aspect of her character. So some of that is attributed to like that's the way they're supposed to read for that character. Which is what I get the feeling is the case. For some reason, Connesena seems to be a like really sort of like dampened emotions type of character. Which isn't very interesting in a medium in which you're watching it play out. A character who has like lessened emotions.
Our Warrior of Light.
Yes, the hero returns.
The ads will happen. Oh well.
Is with him.
Wait.
Thank the 12.
Thank Heidelin. Welcome home.
Thanks, sweet baby Jeebus. I'm alive! And Maggie is still busted up and not looking too good, but she made it out too. The ads will happen. They approach. That's okay. There's nothing we can do to stop them at this point. Plus, I've already been going for about 4 hours, so I'm not slowing down now. I'm going to go ahead and get through the end. I'm going to go grab my job, and then we'll probably be done for the day after that. Why suddenly a view of Midgard's order out of nothing? Beating up, tempered, and aggressively ripping action.
One time, remember?
Now, we both know that was your fault.
Thank the 12, we're safe.
I probably will be skipping
there, man-bull.
the credits. Usually I don't bother, but I've watched them through before and I know a lot of the names in here already, so I'll probably go ahead and skip the credits so I can just move on with the stuff I'm doing.
We can say the same of La Habrea.
Don't you want to sit here for 2 hours?
And even if we could, we know that he is not alone. Confounded Asians.
Bro, if I was gonna let the credits play out, I would just like run another break and go get some more food or something and come back in like half an hour.
Suffice it to say,
be like, there we
it would
go.
be folly to assume that they no longer pose a threat. Nevertheless,
the characters, the meteor survivors, is called Reist. There's very limited ways to say that.
for now we must savor what peace we have won, however ephemeral.
Just watching the like 10-hour long freaking credits,
realizing the
all of
dream for which you
Meteor
gave your
survivors, all of these freaking 1.0 players, like, yeah, no, I think I'm good. Them all were getting hype when a lot of the same first names showed up. Sitting there like, oh shit, Mark popping off.
Friends, the dread night of Imperial tyranny and Asian machination is ended. A new day now begins in Eorzea.
True to their
Cool.
name, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, along with our champion, have delivered us from darkness.
Let their shared victory serve to remind us of our shared history.
Uh-huh.
And let their bravery in the face of adversity inspire future generations.
And thus awakens the
Doubt
7th
not,
astral
the realm
era.
will need bravery in the days to come. Old rifts threaten to divide us within our walls, while hordes of beastmen claw at our gates. And though the Black Wolf be slain, the rest of the pack remains.
It is interesting that this Umbral
Yet
era
no
lasted
foe
for
need we
5
fear,
years.
so long as we stand as one.
It sounds like most of
So
the
long
Umbral
as the
eras
Scions
before this
stand for
lasted
peace.
for like decades
So
or
long
centuries.
as our champion stands fast. For there exists
With his
no
goofy little
adversity
red Harry
over
Potter
which
hat
we may not jointly
that
prevail.
I'm still wearing.
No longer
Oh
can we
my
turn a
God.
blind eye to the suffering of our allies.
No nation stands alone. If one should fall, so shall we all. Eorzea is our shared home. For any one of us to know peace, so too must our neighbor.
Just as we join in solidarity before you this day, so too shall our grand companies be joined henceforth to strive not only for the good of mere nations, but for the good of all the realm.
See, even more so right
Change
now, I
will
think
not
it's
come
stupid that you're
overnight.
still forced to interact with
Yet
a single
I
grand
foresee a
company.
day, not so very far from now, when the lines that divide our lands
Like,
fade.
absolute maximum
all of
right
Eorzea
here when
is
they're like,
one.
we're united once again, and they acknowledge you as like
It has been
legitimately
but
a
5 short
warrior of
years since
light.
the Battle of
You should be able
Cartalo.
to just interact with all
5
3 grand
years since
companies
the
freely, not have to like
advent of
pick
the
one at a
7th
time.
Umbral era. No victory, however sweet, can wash away our bitter sorrows. No triumph can reclaim those we lost. Yet do not presume you honor them by dwelling on the past. It was not the past they fought for. You would repay their sacrifice by looking to the future.
A future united. As
Goofy
the
ass
warriors
hat.
of light
Such a
united in the
goofy
champion.
hat.
Now is the time for us to rise as one, bearing all of Eorzea on our shoulders.
5 years ago, Eorzea bore witness to the end of the 6th astral era. Now, the 7th umbral era draws to a close, yet we come together not to glory in its end, but to mark a new beginning.
Let it be writ that on this day, by the light of the crystal, Eorzea ushered in a new era. The 7th astral era is come.
Huzzah for you.
A realm reborn.
Sure. Whatever. I still got a lot of work ahead of me. Thancred with the dumbest little, like, just idiot smile on his face. The biggest as he claps away. Guys, I think Thancred might be brain damaged permanently from the Asiad. Not that you'd be able to tell, but... Oh, that was really mean. Whatever. Alright. Skip. Meteor survivors. Look at all those friggin' names. All those 1.0 dweebs. Zach. You're right, there's a lot of certain names. Skip. Do I still get the roar? Yeah, looks like it. Okay. Must have been interesting at release catching this cutscene and being like, what is that? Right? And not knowing yet what that roar was. You know what? Getting drunk at the celebration party of the new Astral Era, that's a good place to get drunk. Oh, the Dark Crystal, which never actually shows up, yeah. The Dark Crystal that never actually appears.
What was that?
That roar. It can't be.
Did you hear that?
There's no time to spare.
Where is it coming from?
Deep, deep beneath the surface.
Dread tidings, chaos and carnage!
What?
It is an abomination! A primal has awakened!
Or no, actually, did they show who it was? No. This is just over to the Asians. Yeah. This is the introduction of the emissary, right? Not yet. Okay, no, this is just some doofus. Okay, so they do reveal who it is right now. They didn't let people, like, sit and wait and go, like, what was that roar? They just straight up say it. Ashtaroth, never seen again. Yup. Now Brialis goes down like a bitch. Yeah. That's a cute language and all, but who cares? All these idiots you're talking to are black masks anyway. Who gives a crap? None of them matter at all. Most of them go down like bitches. Like, I don't know if there's a single other red mask there. Because they're probably busy doing their own thing. Right, they're probably busy doing their own stuff, so I don't think there's a single other red mask there. Dawnbreak on a roamer board. Black Mask get murdered during Endwalker off-screen, if I remember correctly. Yeah. Yeah, there was something like that, where it's like 4 or 5 of them, I think, are like listed in the wiki or something as like got murdered off-screen during the events of Endwalker or some shit. It's like, great, wonderful. Good job cleaning up that list of leftover, like, open questions, I guess, by just murdering them all off screen. Hi, Iliad. What are you doing here? Brennan, Brent, and Bremond. Good to know that none of them died, thank God. And no one's in there. Alright. Hi, doofuses. Hey, idiot. Tremendous consternation for that. I deeply apologize. I'm sorry I was a moron who got possessed and did a bunch of horrible stuff. Nope. Not interested, Alphanod, me boy. Bye, Alphanod, me boy. Dude, he's gonna get it. He's gonna get it for the whole of ARR. Not until late in Heaven's Word 3.0, I think, will I stop doing that. By then, I may not be able to stop doing it. It may be so ingrained in me to call him that I just keep forgetting not to. Igor decides to get freaky with Laha bread and Jesus Christ, that description, Baron. I also like that you're like, she decides to get freaky with Laha bread, because if I remember correctly, I think they're cousins, aren't they? Kissing cousins, I guess. It is accurate. Although I guess technically La Brea would not be cousins with the new Iga Yorm. She'd be just like a shard of his cousin or whatever. But still. Like, where's the lie? Investigation and the origin of the roar that rang during the celebration strongly suggests that a new primal has appeared. That's very wrong. Not a new primal. A very, very, very old primal. Either a pattern observed only once before in history, 5 years ago to be precise. I think a mere coincidence, we cannot discount the possibility. Well, I trust I need say no more. Delivered Eorzea from the threat posed by the Empire and the Primals. Thereby secured peace. Cannot well allow the realm to be plunged to chaos once more. Huzzah! Can I rest now? I need to go get a job. I'm tired of being a broke baby. Although actually, after I get a job, I'll be broke again, so... You know what? That sounds very realistic, frankly. Boop. A Fantasia that I will like 99.9 unto infinity %, probably never use. But I'll hold on to it just in case. You can now fly while mounted, in the ARR zones at least. Have to do a bit more than that to fly in the expansions. Flying mounts, which shouldn't even pop up because it's not a thing anymore. Every mount can now fly in this game. Price of principles, a recurring problem. That's probably a hard, or extremes. A recurring problem is probably the primals. Price of principles is the next MSQ. But guess what, ladies and germs? Ever see 8 of the 14 on screen unless you consider your wall to be Asm. Yeah, you pretty much always see Asm on screen. Sort of. Ugh, nothing interesting. I didn't get a title for that achievement? Wow, you don't get a title for that achievement. That is nuts. That is it, right? Let me double check price of principles and make sure that that's like the start of 2.1. Appears to be lost in thought. Level 50. Yeah. That appears to be it. So let's officially call that the end of 2.0. Which means I have now bypassed the first challenge that I set in place for myself regarding jobs. Which means... return. May not be able to do the Heaven's Word check for me. If your friend... if your friend is going to just isolate himself for like 6 weeks or something before coming back and talking to you again about continuing on with the game, that's fine. I got plenty of other stuff I can do in the meantime. Like I said, I don't really want to go into Heaven's Ward right away. I just, I want to check, but that doesn't mean I have to check right now. I can wait and just start doing the side stuff in ARR and then, like, come back to it later. Alright. Here we go. I have officially 300k, so I need to get down to 50k. That's all pathetic. What do we got here? Nah, it's all garbage. Give me the, Battlecraft supplier, maybe. 49 gear? That's a little better. Let's say 9,000 looks like the highest amount here. There's probably something I can buy for more than 9,000, but this is a start. Actually, if I could buy something that stacks, that'd be great. I don't know what the best thing to buy for this is. Yeah, I'm going to look for something that stacks. Although I did get down pretty far there. Does Culinarian have anything really expensive? Nah, it's all crap. Glamour Dispellers. Glamour Dispellers. I can get up to 10k there, but it'd be... There we go, 42,000 high ethers. Much better. $80, so I need to get down another 31. Okay. That's good enough. 49,350. Good enough. Glamour Dispellers are 500 gil a pop. You're right, they probably are a good one to use then. Discard. Discard. There we go. 250k spent. 2.0 finish, 250k gil spent. No, wait, wrong side. People on Famfrit are surprisingly quiet, even in the dungeons. Wrong place. I need Marauders Guild. No, I may not need Marauders Guild. It may start somewhere else. I didn't see a blue... Okay, Alcazolca isn't marked, so it must start in the Arcanist Guild, probably. Every day one person invites you to their guild. Yeah, people try to, like, talk to me to see if I want to join their guild. Occasionally. Forgotten but not gone. Have you any interest in history? An opportunity. A complete nerd at the Marauders Guild who for some reason feels like wielding an axe even though he's a total book nerd with glasses and everything. Wants to talk to you about history. Alright. With the same copy pasta, you block them, you swear. Yeah. Invites you to their guild, the same copy pasta. That's so pointless, man. No, what was it? What was that emote I was using before? Huh, I have the Imperial Salute. It was, Surprise, of course, it's your Lala. Wow! Yeah. Wouldn't have been pay respects. Yeah, it's not pay respects. Not bow. Not kneel. No, it wasn't the wah one. It was, there it is. It was this. Please, give me a job. Please. Know the deep potato lore. Yep. Job time. Finally, I'll be able to start running all the side dungeons and stuff, because I won't have to use duty support. Exceptions. I'm acutely aware how unusual it is for a marauder to conduct research, as it were. Yep. Running out of things to do. You've basically done everything you can without your friend at this point. Not at all like my more muscular brethren. Blindly into the enemy's maw, I formulate and execute stratagems to great effect. Yep, stratagems. Archaeological pursuits are but an extension of this practice. Present, I am researching the military tactics of ancient Nim. Reminds me, if you're unfamiliar with Nim, civilization flourished some 15-odd centuries ago. That's 500, yeah. Or no? Yes. 1,500, yeah. The 5th Astral Era. Can't touch any of the optional dungeons because he wants to do them. Oh, God. Magical arts flourish, but magics can be wielded for weal or for woe. This period of peace eventually gave way to the Great War of the Magi. Yep. Bygone era brought earth-shattering magics to bear against one another. Yep, that's right. Black mages of Mach and the white mages of Amdapor basically just wielded earth-shattering level magics that drained the entire planet of ether, leading to the next calamity. Morons. And all the while, Nimians over there, nerds with glasses, channeling their own personal ether into their books as they painted stupid trigonometry graphs and stuff into it. If only a handful of mages to support its armory of mariners. It would be invaders time and time again. Could fight stronger neighbors. The mystery. They were smart, that's how. Extant Nimian tablets. I mean to solve the riddle at long last. Knowledge of Arcanima is cursory at best. Experienced Arcanist to assist me with my analysis. Yep, definitely. I need to get a much cooler minion than my Carbuncle. Although Carbuncle's pretty cool. Specific types of ether, in fact. Tablets and other assorted relics for which I paid an exceedingly large amount of money were stolen. Used up everything but water, and then the world went a bit, you know. Yeah. Oh, yeah, you're right. The white and black mages were using up every elemental type except water, which is why when they drained the world of like most of the ether they were using, it ended up just causing a giant flood that wiped out all the kingdoms, is because water ether was like way over aspected in the world at that point. Rich old on collector for a pittance. Company with Raincatcher Gully. See, the fact that he's talking about... Oh, no. He didn't buy them from an old on collector. Untold significance. I will not allow thieves to sell it to some rich old on collector. Okay, so the thieves that stole it from him are going to try and see if the dude in Costa del Sol... How am I forgetting his name? I always talk about his name and how much of a dork he is. Wonder the world... I wonder what the world that was rejoined during that was like. Most of the worlds aren't really all that different until you tweak their aspects to a crazy degree. Like, that world was probably a fairly normal-ish world, but it probably did reach a point where that world was like water world, right? Near the end, just before the rejoining, it probably reached a point of like freaking water world. Glad it's dead if it's the case. Maybe it's where Blitzball came from. I'm glad it's dead if that's the case. So now, I have flight. Fly, my chicken dumplings, fly. But more importantly, and then we turn mount music on, and then we turn the audio up. And now, Maggie, whose audio for the mount music is Final Fantasy VI's intro, because Magitech Reaper. So it's just me and Terra marching through the snow. Oh, I love it. Ah, flight. How I have missed thee for the last 50 levels. Shards that got reconnected were 5th, 12th, 2nd, and 3rd. And the 6th. So we've had a rejoining of... Dark and light both failed. I know we've had lightning and water. I don't know what the other rejoinings we've had so far are. Alright, let's do this, Elka. Not more than broken men who have seized the docks, taken robbing every passing ship. Let's put an end to their banditry. Level 34 sync. God. Just hit this idiot from way out here. I love being able to hit these morons from across the docks. Nope, not interested in your skill and spell speed up, dummy. Haste this. Wind, lightning, earth, fire, ice, and water are the ones we've had in Graha has seen a calamity of light. Yeah, that's the one he's preventing. Up. Give me this! Quickly! I want it so badly. So that I can spend the rest of my life as a job that I don't actually have to heal, because that's her job! My job is just to keep damaging things and whacking them with my coloring book. Treatise on Nimian military tactics. Get out of here, lady. Where's my Celine? Nobody wants you. Where's my much cooler looking Celine? Hello there. You definitely can explain this. Mumble mumble, scholars, familiars, fairies. Sunlight of Eos doth soothe and shield. Moonlight of Selene doth silence and strengthen. No, it doth not. Nice to know there's still flavor text in here for mechanics that have long since been deleted. There you are. Hi, Selene. We've rediscovered the long-lost magical arts of Nemean scholars! You mean being a nerd who's so bad with girls that you have to magically create a girl that'll hang out with you? Yep, the long-lost magical arts of the Nemean scholars. Tiny potato nerds that have to create their own girlfriends. Oh, man. You'll begin translating the tablet. Cannot wait to see what other secrets it contains. Is this one done recharging? Yes, it is. Cool. I always forget he calls himself Alkazolka the Thinker. So boring of a name. Fitting, I guess, but boring. Give me job. Put that on your CV and show it to someone. Give me job in all capitals. Maybe put an unga bunga at the end of it. I mean, the Marauders sure as hell would hire you then. But maybe no one else. Crystal from which the fairy sprang forth is called the soul of the scholar. Oh, really? It's a job crystal. Who knew? Long dead Nemean mages. Call upon the fairy as you did before and bind her to your will. Little knowledge of Arcanima, so unless you have some objections, I would like to trust the crystal to you. Yep. Anything new, I promise you will be the first to know. Dun 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 dun. First job. Armory unlocked. Scholar unlocked. Fairy is awoken by the soul of the scholar. Adlo unlocked. Still have to go through all the quests to unlock all the abilities and stuff, but that's for later. Probably next week's episode will have that. Assume the form of a healer-type pet. By completing the quest of Fairy Tale Come True, you may cast Glamours on your fairy familiar, allowing her to take on other appearances. I have to do that one very soon. Very soon. Finally, the job pop-up. As if I don't know anything about it already. Quit. And suddenly, everything is changing over. Why a mithril? Turquoise, turquoise. Etherflow, try and pronounce anything there, Ash. Not even a tongue twister. Etherflow gauge. Why does this want to be mithril? No, not discard. Sort. Goshenite. Int determination. See, that's not bad. This is 36. Okay, so this one has mind, so that's why it's above the Goshenite. This is int and crit. Okay, so neither of those are very healery, that's why. Okay. The turquoise rings got taken, which is good. The turquoise earrings, why am I taking the weathered choker of all things? Mithril, that's CP. Int and crit. It's because it has mind. It's the only choker I have that has mind on it at all. Okay. That's why. It's giving me, like, way under-leveled pieces of crap gear because they're, like, the only thing that have mind on them. Alright, I'll probably have to craft a couple of new things. But I might save that for when I make, like, an actual full 50 set. Not like a, let's go to 49 so I can figure out what I can actually craft without going to Heaven's Word. But like an actual, this is the best I can do at 50 without needing Heaven's Word materials type set. Scala. And now we need to rearrange everything. Fantasia can go there. I do need to eventually find the leave quests for these and just get rid of these items because they're taking up space. You can go, you can go, you can go, and you can go completely. I don't need any of you. Ruin. Start moving things around. That goes there. Asuna goes here. Resurrection goes there. Lucid Dreaming goes there. Swiftcast goes there. Okay. Bio goes on 7 because that's a dot. Physic is a basic heal. That goes on 5. Summon Eos can go on 9. Surecast. Whispering Dawn is a... No, that's a regen. So that can go on 6. Surecast goes there. Bay Illumination is the Mitt, right? No. Reducing magic damage taken, increasing potency of all heals. Oh, is it really only magic damage? Huh. Interesting. I didn't realize it was only magic damage. Rescue goes there. Art of War is my AoE. Ether Flow goes... I don't know, there? With Energy Drain, maybe? Adlo is heal plus shield. That can go... Physic can go up there now. So that I still have Physic technically on my bar, but it's out of the way. So that if I get synced down really low in level for some reason... Like, oh yeah, lower than level 30, I'll still have a heal, even if it's not a very good one. I think that's everything. Rune Physics, don't have Sucker because that's going to be a quest one, undoubtedly. Acceptation. Ruin, Art of War. Energy Drain, don't have Lustrate or Sacred Soil yet, because those will be quest ones. Embrace, oh yeah, that's just Eos's natural ability. Mitigation and Regen, got it. Come on out, babe. Definitely gonna pick up the Glamour quest for her pretty soon, but we'll see. Not yet. Go ahead and pull that out so I can watch this. $60's plenty. put it there for now. Whispering Dawn. Ruin 2 goes there, so I can actually put Fey Illumination and Whispering Dawn here on the first bar. Art of War, baby. Ah, instant cast AoE. So useful. It doesn't have the stun that White Mage gets, but it also doesn't have the long, hard cast that White Mage has. Just instant cast AoE. So I can follow along with my tank and just be blamming the crap out of enemies. Odlo. Galvanize. So friggin' nice. Alright. Let me check my room. See what we got here. Whew. See if we got anything interesting. I don't think I really have much interesting in the way of glamour stuff. I'll look at maybe putting something together here, but we'll have to wait and see, because I don't think I have anything too amazing. I maybe put together one with the scholar stuff next time around, because I think I'm going to do the scholar quests next stream so that I can get all the skills, right? Interesting, but I'm not in love with that. I suppose I could use this one. A gnome. Unfortunately, I don't have any more Roland Berry red dye left over. So I can't dye it yet, but I can go pick some up pretty easily. We'll go with that one for my scholar for now. But for now, take that hat off. And that is where I will call it for today. Wait. Alright, that's where I'll call it for today. Alright. Let me pop over to Twitch and find someone to raid out to. Let's see what they're up to today. Let's see. Oh, Sunshine, normal 40k, fight. Nope. Did anything for no. Yeah, maybe. M4S, nope. More prog, more M4, more this, more that. Nope. I was playing 16. Interesting. Satisfactory in Valheim and stuff like that? Yeah, maybe. Most people are doing M4S today, so... Let's check out what Kiri's up to today. Shall we? Oh, cool, a commercial break. Yeah, great, but what's Curie actually up to? Please load. Load it in the sidebar so I can see. Why are you not loading the sidebar? My God, I hate this so much. So worthless, man. I have to wait till the ad break ends to make sure he's not gone at the moment. Let's see. Nope, he's there. Okay, so he's playing some Satisfactory, and it looks like he might play some Valheim later. We shall see. Yeah, that'll work. Always fun to hang out with Kiri. Boop. That's where we're gonna go today. Let me grab the URL and drop it here. So it goes to both locations. Awesome. There it is. That is where we are going. Anyone who gets left behind by Twitch or anyone on YouTube who'd like to join us in raiding over and saying hi to Kiri, go ahead and hit that URL and we will be over there in just a minute. Thank you all for being here today while I finished up 2.0 and finally managed to finish that last little challenge that I had set for myself, and now being able to pick up my first job. I'll be able to pick up a few more jobs pretty quickly if I want to, and I'll talk more about what the other challenges that give me access to more jobs are later on. But thanks for being here for the end of 2.0 and my first job and everything today, guys. Video should be out on Friday, as long as I do my editing well. I have some other errands to take care of on Friday, so hopefully I should be done with everything by Thursday night or early Friday morning. If not, then it'll be out pretty late on Friday. Anyway, I will see you guys later. Bye-bye.